theater. And that sequence, that's when you said, this guy's a badass.
Yeah.
Shoots from under the table.
Most definitely. All right, at the weekend box office, The Devil Wears Prada 2 won the whole weekend. The sequel film pulled in $77 million. More than enough to grab first place in this debut weekend.
So much so that they're already talking about a third movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
They don't. I saw it over the weekend, by the way.
What'd you think?
It was really good.
Okay.
I enjoyed it, but they don't need a third one.
All right.
Definitely don't need a third one.
Money says they do.
It's not as magical as the first one, but it was cool to see what's going on with those characters and how they've developed. So I enjoyed it. Globally, the movie debuted with $233 million. It's the biggest opening weekend of Meryl Streep's career so far, by the way. Michael fell to second place with $54 million. Super Mario Galaxy movie was third place, followed by Project Hail Mary. And then coming out in fifth was Adam Scott's horror movie Hokum, which debuted at $6.4 million. The Met Gala is tonight.
Oh, God, I'm so nervous.
The red carpet airing live on E! At 6 p.m. Eastern. This year's theme is costume art, which highlights the blend of visual art and fashion, bringing creative expression off the canvas. Isn't that what it always is, almost? Visual art.
Don't give a
So the dress code this time around, fashion art, ties into the exhibit theme costume art, which explores the centrality of the dressed body.
I don't give a
The dress code is meant to encourage those attending the gala to think about all the ways designers use bodies as a blank canvas.
I don't give a
Beyonce serves as the co-chair alongside Anna Wintour, Nicole Kidman, and Venus Williams.
I was reading the official rules that are constantly violated about attending the Met Gala.
Yeah.
There is an actual codified rule that you cannot talk to Anna Wintour for more than 20 seconds.
There's an actual rule?
Yeah, one of the rules that is issued to the attendees, you cannot engage Anna Wintour for more than 20 seconds.
Is that because she's in such high demand?
She's in such high demand.
Okay.
All right.
Attendees this year include host committee members Doja Cat, Lisa, just Lisa.
Yeah.
Misty Copeland.
Crumb Bum.
Sam Smith, Sabrina Carpenter, Teyana Taylor, and Zoe Kravitz, and more. So that is tonight. So we'll see the pictures.
And Chess Rockwell.
Tomorrow. Chess Rockwell.
And Brock Landers?
Brock Landers are going to be there.
Both of them. They're getting the band back together. Sydney Sweeney made a relationship with Scooter Braun Instagram official now, sharing sweet photos and videos from this year's Stagecoach Music Festival. Of course, we had already seen some, but she is posting these now.
My dearest Scooter, I love you.
The post showed the couple getting close, dancing, and enjoying the weekend together, captioned, "Cowboy kind of weekend."
You're my little scoots boots.
The pair reportedly met at Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez's wedding last year, with their relationship quickly becoming serious.
Scooter Braun has kind of a punchable face. Have you seen him? I don't know what kind of guy he is, but he just seems, he's got one of those douche faces.
I haven't committed it to memory yet, so I don't know yet.
But I guess I can't talk with my face.
So insiders tell Page Six that Braun, quote, really, really likes her, and that the relationship is very real.
It's very real.
Both of their previous breakups.
I really like you.
Braun was previously married to the mining heiress, Yale Cohen, for 7 years.
Oh, the mining heiresses are all hot.
Sweeney called off her engagement to businessman Jonathan DeVino in March of last year. So apparently they're going strong at this point.
As long as she's happy.
Yeah. Pete Davidson and Elise Hewitt are reportedly navigating some challenges, though, in their relationship while focusing on life as new parents of their infant daughter, Scotty Rose. A source told People there are issues, but they're trying to figure things out together, adding that they're adjusting to parenthood and working through the process.
Doesn't having a newborn in the house erase all the problems that you've had?
Yeah. There's no problems whatsoever after you bring a tiny little human being into the house.
Whose life is in your hands.
Yeah. It makes everything just easy.
No tension, no stress.
No.
Despite the difficulties, the couple is said to be united in their commitment to their child, with the insider emphasizing that the daughter is their top priority. Really?
Yeah.
That's
in the top three.
That's odd. That your baby would be your top priority.
In the top three, clearly. Yeah.
Top three.
The pair who began dating last year welcomed Scotty in December and have been openly loving parenthood. Davidson spoke to People in March about fatherhood, describing it as exhausting and rewarding and cute. while praising Hewitt by saying, "I'm very lucky because Elise is a fantastic mom. I can't stress enough how lucky I am." So, Zoe Kravitz and Harry Styles, and we like this couple.
We do like this couple.
Are moving quickly into wedding planning after their recent engagement, with insiders saying the couple is considering celebrating with 2 ceremonies.
Ooh.
The source said,
just like Kid Rock and Pamela Anderson.
The source said, "I know for a fact that Zoe would love to do something in New York because of her dad, Lenny Kravitz, of course. So if anything is going to be 2 weddings, it is going to be 2 weddings," pointing out the plans could span both sides of the Atlantic as well. The insider added, "Dad still loves downtown Manhattan, and it could be at the Fouquet's Hotel."
Huh.
If she does 2 weddings, it would be 1 in London and 1 in New York, emphasizing how family ties are shaping their decisions.
Why don't you break tradition, do 1 in New York and do the other one in Clyde Peeling's Reptile World?
Their relationship has reportedly deepened quickly, with another insider revealing Harry really wants a baby, and he's been telling his friends that.
Huh.
Last month, Harry and Zoe sparked
Guess what I want?
engagement rumors after she was seen wearing a diamond ring in London, according to a source on Page 6. The two were first linked in August last year. Since then, they've kept up a relatively low public profile and still not publicly confirmed the engagement. So that's still lingering.
Her ring was very clear in a few shots. I forget what she was attending, but it is a huge ring. I think they have a similar vibe. That's why I think you were for this.
Yeah.
Right? They seem like that kind of hippie-ish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I kind of, and I like him. I know a little bit about her. But I think that this could work out. We'll see. All right, listen to this. Rolling Stone has given 12-year-old North West's new EP, North Forever, a 4-star review out of a possible 5. The magazine wrote, and this is what I'm quoting this directly, if it wasn't already clear that North West, the scion of the West Kardashian throne, had inherited serious star power, it only takes roughly 10 minutes for her to prove it on her debut EP. Over an effective 5 tracks, West traverses the sonic styles of her generation, from nu metal riffs to rage rap 808s, with dazzling confidence. At just 12 years old, North's debut is impressive regardless of her famous pedigree. Even for music royalty, talent still has to announce itself, and that's what she's done.
Okay, so I have an issue here.
That's a solid review.
That's great and all. I just don't think it's her, right? Like it's the producers, it's the musicians.
I would think she would have a lot of input on that. However, if she is a budding talent, and she's a scion, is she a scion con-con?
I don't think she might be a Syad alone con-con.
Syad alone con-con. Listen, hey, that's cool. Rolling Stone sometimes has made some egregious errors, I think, in reviews and also omissions for how they view artists. But, who knows? Maybe this is the deal. I would like
Obviously, we want to hate it right off the bat.
Yes.
Right?
So the fact that what I heard when we played a clip from it on Friday, I didn't think it was all that bad. I thought it was pretty good.
No, me neither. But
for what it could have been.
Yeah. I think where I take issue is it's not her.
It sounds phony.
It sounds phony, and there is a team of people that is not being praised here.
How many current artists that they celebrate the same could be said for?
A lot. But right off of the bat, to laud her and not the team around her that created all this, unless she is in the studio, laying all of these tracks, playing all these instruments. Also, not for nothing, but, it seemed like a little auto-tuned, right? So, I don't know how great of a singer she might actually be.
She could be the Brian Wilson of our time.
Might be at 12 years old. Yeah.
So, a few comments, as you can imagine, people had at it. Someone wrote, this will haunt Rolling Stone for the rest of their lives. Another one wrote, another Nepo baby getting praise for mediocrity. Must be nice having Kanye's connections. This album is trash, and Rolling Stone knows it. So,
do you know what sort of... they've always lavished praise, and maybe I just don't get it, but on the Yoko Ono albums, a lot of that stuff is just, it's horrible, I think. Yeah. But they love it, so that's the way they roll.
Yep, I don't know. All right, model Ashley Graham, one of those known for making it possible for curvier women to rise to the top of the modeling world. When it comes to the rising use of weight loss drugs, she has some thoughts. In an interview with Marie Claire, She bemoaned the skyrocketing use of GLP-1s and other weight loss aids. She said, it's really disheartening. There was a pendulum that swung that was so body acceptance, positivity, everybody be who they want to be. And now it's going back to this whole opposite way that feels like a smack in the face to the women who have felt like they've had a voice. However, Graham does believe that it's just a fad. It goes with the times, and GLP-1s are a time, she said. I know that there's going to still be women who are considered plus size forever. The drug isn't going to wipe out a whole statistic of women.
I find it's funny that they consider her like plus size. She just looks normal, you know? She's not outlandishly.
Yeah, but when I grew up, like Jessica Simpson was fat and she was a size 6.
Yeah.
So at least it's the phase has grown. I always made a joke about once like GLP-1s became more common that there was like the mid-size friend. Like, what do you become? Right. Because there's like, the very skinny friend, a very heavy friend, then there's a person in the middle.
Right.
And then suddenly the person in the middle is like, wait, what am I now?
Right.
Because the heavy friend
they now
has
assume
had a body
that mantle.
Yeah.
So, I listen, I think that this, number one, if you can't get the GLPs for insurance, are expensive. Mm-hmm. So not everybody is going to be jumping up to get this stuff. But we're also seeing people who take it a little too far and get a little too skinny. So I think this is still the beginning phase of this whole thing and how this is going to play out.
I'm making my own.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of radiator fluid and Nutella.
Okay. And Nutella.
Yeah.
So it's got a little flavor.
It's got a little flavor.
All right,
yeah.
very good. Well, get back to us.
I'll see. Yeah.
And tell us how things go. With AI rapidly becoming a major concern for Hollywood, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is pivoting to get ahead of the issue. The Academy has decided on some rule changes to be in place for the 99th Academy Awards in 2027. Moving forward, in the acting category, only roles credited in the film's legal billing and demonstrably performed by humans with their consent will be considered eligible.
All right. So this is a bid to battle some of the AI intrusion.
Yeah. So also screenplays must be human authored to be eligible for Best Original or Adapted Screenplay Awards.
Sorry, robots.
There were other changes, non-AI related, that were instituted as well, but I didn't get a chance to take a look.
So here's the deal. So Val Kilmer's movie, the movie that they completed his acting with an AI presence. I wonder where that falls in this.
Yeah, maybe it can't be considered, or that role can't be considered.
Right.
So, speaking of AI, I really don't touch on Real Housewives stuff, but I thought this one was kind of fun. So apparently your aunt wasn't the only person to get suckered in by some AI generated posts on social media. Kathy Hilton readily admitted on season 15 reunion of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills that she had been fooled as well. As she explained it, she said, I had a little problem. I went on the Jell-O diet. She said there's a new Jell-O diet that Oprah Winfrey, Michelle Obama, Kelly Clarkson, with vinegar and baking soda. Oh, no. And she revealed she lost 2 pounds on day one. But after that, she said, it, quote, messed up my whole entire system. I was so bloated, I couldn't fit into anything. And she explained she eventually found out why. She said, they were lying to me. It was all AI.
Man, listen, wow. I almost feel like we need to take my mom's phone away from her because she can't
decipher.
She can't decipher. And I mean, there's some outlandish things out there, but she was showing me this thing yesterday. I'm like, Mom, Elon Musk is not. He's not messaging you.
Wow.
And like it's
when you tell her, does it register? Is it just best to remove it from? Yeah.
But like I can't police it all day every day.
Right.
And so, the real issue is here. Like I feel like I just need to. You can't have it anymore. Sorry.
Taking this away from you. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. All right, a couple other quick things. Director Curry Barker is teasing his version or vision for the next 2 installments of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, revealing that he wants to dive deeper into the disturbing dynamics behind Leatherface's origins.
But he also wants to make it a rom-com.
He told, that would be great. Yeah. Leatherface finds love.
I have another side, and I think we need to talk. Oh, boy.
He told
I love chainsaws.
He told Total Film his approach is about respecting the source material, noting, I absolutely love the original film, but I want to do something that's different. He emphasized that his focus will be on the unsettling home that shaped the iconic killer, saying, really, I want to lean into the uncomfortability of the family. I want to lean into the rawness of what's going on there. That was the scariest sequence to me, was when they're sitting around the dining room table.
The old grandfathers, and then they're putting the bloody finger in his mouth,
sucking on it.
You know, I've never
that
seen
terrified
it.
me.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
It is, and for the time, by the way, we've seen stuff that's been its equal as far and surpassed as far as grossness. But of that time, you had not seen anything like that.
Just unfortunately, when it came out, I was too young and too scared. I think maybe I wouldn't. I'm still going to be scared. It doesn't matter. But just not as.
Yeah, the family dynamic is disturbing. That's just it's messed up. Teasing the darker direction of the slasher reboot, he said, there's some really messed up stuff happening at that farm. Noting he believes that there's so much potential for that concept that has not been realized as of yet.
They've sort of dipped into the that realm now and then. The second Texas Chainsaw Massacre actually was comedic. And Dennis Hopper was a little bit. Matthew McConaughey's in it, I believe, and it's got it's got some humorous moments.
All right, and then one final story, some big changes for the highly anticipated new Narnia film. Directed by Greta Gerwig. Narnia, the Magician's Nephew, was initially supposed to premiere on Netflix this Thanksgiving, and now the movie is changing lanes with a theatrical release set for February 12th. With a Netflix premiere on April 2nd.
Did you watch any of the Narnia films?
Not a single one of them. Were they good?
I watched the first two. I thought what I remember is that we were at a point where there was a glut of similar material.
Yeah, fantasy.
Right.
Yeah.
So it kind of got lost in the sauce, but I thought they were well done.
Yeah, were we in the midst of Lord of the Rings at that point?
We might have been.
Yeah, I don't remember the timelines, but I just remember where. Yeah, it was similar. Steve. I was like, I don't need to go into that genre right now.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like they came out 2005, 2008, and 2010.
Okay.
Which was right in the heart of Lord of the Rings.
The film stars newcomers David McKenna and Beatrice Campbell alongside Emma Mackey, Carey Mulligan, Daniel Craig, and Meryl Streep.
Couldn't hurt if they included a few chainsaws.
Yeah. All right, we got clips to play. Another season following the LAPD's oldest recruit is coming to an end in The Rookie. And here, Alyssa Diaz shares how her life has changed since the start of the show.
I met my fiance right when we started the pilot, and I'm like, I track the years. I'm like, oh, we've been together for 8 years, and now we have 2 children, and my whole life is completely different from when the show started. So it's been such a gift.
Season 8 finale of The Rookie airs tonight, 10 p.m. That's on ABC. Here's our next clip. A former Sith Lord seeks redemption and revenge in Maul, Shadow Lord. And here, Stan Witwer explains the collaboration behind the Star Wars spinoff.
It feels like just a bunch of friends hanging out, spinning a Star Wars yarn. I mean, it's really a collaborative group, and everyone has such great ideas and so much energy.
I don't think I want to see it.
Final 2 episodes of Maul, Shadow Lord streams today on Disney+.
I think Darth Maul got sort of short shrift. I thought he was kind of a really interesting character, and then they cut the mofo in half.
Yeah, they did. I agree. All right, and that's the entertainment report for this morning. Thank you for being a part of it, friend. We have a few things to mention. We've started up the Coolest Teacher of the Year promotion, which we do this time of year. We're starting to wind down the school year, believe it or not. Randomly, our first school chosen today is Ruston High School in Westchester. So if you go to school there, you need to text the word teacher. This is how you do it. Just text the word teacher to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the voting link, and that is where you will tell us who you think the coolest teacher of the past year has been. Make sure you let the school know that we're doing this, and we'll choose a school randomly every day, Monday through Friday, for the next few weeks. Another thing we're going to do is give away money. So we have the secret text word, not secret text word. We did that last week for Flyers tickets. We have no sad dough.
Yes.
And 8 a.m. is your first shot at winning $1,000. So we'll keep you up to speed on all of that. And also joining us on the program today, Eve Plumb. Jan Brady will be joining us. She's got an event coming up, and we'll talk to her in our 9 o'clock hour. We'll take a quick break and come back in just a moment. Golden sunshine, beautiful day today. Not a bad way to start the week. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Barbecue 2026.
Legends rise. Day by day, I will buy you a new life.
The all-day party you don't want to miss. Saturday, May 9th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Godsmack, Alice Cooper, The Hooters, Everclear. Plus, Des Rocks, Cammy Kehoe, Lilac, Local Shots Opener, The Circus Hearts. For a limited time, a 4-pack of lawn seats is just $144 all in, plus tax at Ticketmaster.com. From 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks.
Good prime.
It might be a little different. It might be a little different than this. This is good people doing their jobs well.
But there are other moments in the show where you are kind of given a glimpse as to his character.
So he's going after other criminals.
He's
right?
going after other criminals.
So that makes it okay.
It kind of, right?
Okay.
He's a murderer.
It's like Dexter.
He's a good
Dexter
murderer.
kills serial
He's a good
killers.
murderer.
So he's a hell of a sweet guy.
But, some hot woman comes up to him and blah, blah, and he's like, I'm married, And you're like, oh, this guy's got good content. But I'm going to go murder that guy over there.
Well, then I'll see it in like a crime drama where you're watching the police and you're watching, the person who was harmed and they're on the stand. And then suddenly whoever's defending the antagonist, the lawyer will like suddenly ask a really good question. I'm like, oh, yeah, that was a good question too.
Right.
And then you're impressed by that person.
So it says here it's both time-honored and on the rise as we try to make sense of the news around us. Our idea of what qualifies as escapism shifts. And when the news is chaos, we find comfort in watching capable people solve complex problems.
Reliable people you can turn to, like Richard Marx.
Yes.
Who is iconic.
Yeah.
Well, he's always right there waiting for you.
If you need legal advice, turn to the iconic Richard Marx, now also providing financial services.
I mean, if that doesn't give you comfort, I don't know what will. So competency porn is a term I was not familiar with, and I noticed.
You know what I like regular porn, too.
Of people doing their job?
Yeah.
Doing it well.
And there's always visual and sticky proof.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Without question. All right. I noticed this as well. The American Institute of Architects, New York, unveiled its 2026 Design Awards on Monday night, honoring projects of outstanding architectural design, either in New York or created by New York-based firms.
This event is a beast to put on because you have all these buildings that show up.
Yeah.
So,
you need
where do
a
they
large
park?
space. Yeah.
some of this year's winners are predictably high profile. Lincoln Center's revamped David Geffen Hall, home to the New York Philharmonic, and the long anticipated Studio Museum building in Harlem were recognized for both their transformative design, and several of this year's awardees signal a broader shift in the profession from starchitecture towards socially grounded design. But the list also celebrates small-scale design, and that's why I noticed this, in a humble public bathroom on Staten Island.
Really?
Yeah, the AIANY Awards have expanded their scope. They have a little alien there that actually eats diarrhea.
Hey, how you feeling today?
So no,
You have diarrhea? Open wide.
the AIANY Awards have expanded their scope to recognize not just visual flair, but also thoughtful solutions to everyday urban challenges like peeing in a comfortable and well-designed space. So they are highlighting the Lopez Playground public restroom on Staten Island. And here's the description of it. A squat rectangle located across from a Home Depot parking lot and an unassuming corner of Staten Island's North Shore proves that good design doesn't require a massive budget. The tiny restroom looks like it could have been made from a miniature shopping container, which is fitting considering it's a modular design developed to enable easy citywide delivery and installation. Don't be surprised if you see this bathroom dropped into your own neighborhood with custom brick cladding to match the local character.
So we're looking at it. It looks nice. It makes the area that it's in. It's a bathroom. It's a collection of bathrooms, but it fits into the surrounding area nicely. It's got a little panache to it.
It is pleasant when you walk into a nice bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Listen, yeah, I agree 100%. It'll determine a place I'll return to if I know they have nice facilities.
And I know they're award winners, but we've recently become season pass holders. But Longwood Gardens has great bathrooms. They really do.
Much celebrated for their bathrooms.
Mm-hmm.
I went to my first Buc-ee's, and the Buc-ee's bathrooms, very pleasant.
Very pleasant?
Yeah,
Okay.
very clean. Very locked. They have little lights that let you know if it's open or closed.
All right, but Marissa, you're the city dweller. You're the restaurateur, or not restaurateur, but you're a foodie. And some nice restaurants will have really nice bathrooms. Are there some that stand out to you?
Yeah, I like ones that have a good candle scent.
And
no, specifically, which restaurants?
Oh my gosh, on the spot.
Candelarium?
River Twice has a very nice bathroom.
River Twice.
My Lou has a very nice bathroom.
My Lou.
My Lou.
Yeah, and Lou is another term for bathroom.
That's right. It all works.
Those are the two that came to mind first.
Okay. It can make a difference.
I remember, so when we would, after Keenan's, we would go to the Star Diner, and I was always pleasantly, I don't even want to say, the first time I was pleasantly surprised, but then after that, I wasn't surprised anymore, but their bathrooms were nice and they were clean, but it was a diner, right? So,
I know.
Listen, when you walk into a place, you don't know what you're going to get.
It presents to your clientele that you have a commitment to, the cleanliness, and then you would hope that carries over to everything else.
Yeah.
Right? If the bathroom is a mess, what else is a mess?
Yeah.
Will you guys clean up a bathroom a little bit, a public bathroom, to
I do.
make people think that you're not the one that made the mess?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I will actually, if it's a nasty toilet seat, I'll wipe it down.
Yeah.
I'll grab some toilet. Now I'll make sure my fingers don't actually touch all the whatever's on there. But I will tidy up a bit.
If the toilet's not working, will you hand scoop Dookie out of it?
No, I got an alien that I bring that will
I
eat the
got this,
scraps.
bro. Yummy.
But Marissa, like specifically, so other people that go in after you don't think that you're the one who made that mess?
Yes.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'll do
Or
that.
just go up and make a general announcement to there is a huge amount of crap in the bathroom. And it wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
I saw a guy who posted the other day. I don't know who he was, but it ties into this. He said that he was in an airport or whatever. He's in a bathroom and he saw a guy who was clearly wearing a very expensive suit. And when he was done washing his hands, he took some extra paper and he tidied up the sink.
Yeah, I do that.
He didn't make the mess. He tidied up someone else's mess. And the guy jokingly goes, "How long have you been working here?" And the guy laughed and he said, "But just by chance, did you make that mess that you were cleaning up?" He said, "No." He's like, "Well, why'd you do that?" He says, "I always think it's a good idea to leave someplace a little better than it was." And
Besides, I blew up the toilet.
and I think that's a great philosophy.
No, I agree with that 1,000%. Speaking of which, you reminded me, it was just a little while ago in our own bathroom that I saw the person who ever detonated in the stall. I don't know how you could clean this mess.
It was that bad.
It was
So he
that
was
bad.
sick. Yeah.
Like space station sick.
Yeah, well, I walked into the bathroom down here on the other side of the hallway yesterday. It's not that big of a deal, but somebody left their ass gas in on the toilet seat.
I don't like that. If you're going to pull it out for cleanliness' sake, then common decency dictates that you dispose of that disposable ass gasket.
It's not too difficult to do that.
It's just
really
lazy.
not.
It's very lazy.
That is lazy. It's exactly what it is. All right, so respect your bathroom. Here is another thing that I notice.
Notices even more.
So if you've ever come home from a trip feeling like you spent more time in souvenir shops and local hotspots, you're not alone. A new study from travel insurance provider Insure and Go suggests that several major U.S. cities have earned a reputation for coming off as a tourist production rather than authentic lived-in places. So the study reviewed more than 1.3 million Google Map reviews across 144 global cities, tracking how often travelers described experiences authentic, local, or traditional versus tourist trap or overpriced. An authenticity score was given to each city, highlighting where visitors felt plugged into real local culture versus where they felt herded into certain experiences, things like that.
I get this delineation completely. There are some places that are just rustic and they are what they are, and you're going for that. And you go to a place like Las Vegas or whatever, that's a prefab. It's a tourist place.
So the U.S. didn't fare particularly well, topping the global list as the least authentic city. And I personally don't agree with this, but it was Chicago.
Chicago?
Remarkably low score. Yeah, it got...
Chicago!
Yep.
Chicago!
2 out of 100.
No.
Now, it doesn't mean the city lacks character. It's famous for its architecture, food, museums, public green space. But reviewers consistently pointed to downtown attractions that felt crowded, expensive and heavily commercialized, long lines, inflated prices, and a focus on marquee sites appear to leave visitors feeling disconnected from the neighborhoods that the locals actually love.
All right.
Las Vegas was at number 3.
Yeah.
Which may not surprise anybody who's been there. The indoor canals, Eiffel Tower replicas, themed mega resorts. It's never pretended to be a window into local life. It is what it is. Reviewers praised the spectacle, but rarely described it as genuine. So they like it, but they're not calling it genuine. You know what I mean? It scored low because it delivers fantasy by design, not local tradition. Nashville was at number 4 globally. Known, of course, as the heart of country music. It attracts fans that want to soak in the musical history. But according to reviews, the famous Broadway strip now leans heavily toward branded bars, polished performances. Visitors noted that the more curated the experience becomes, the harder it is to stumble upon the raw, local music scene that built the city's reputation in the first place. It all depends on what you're going for.
What you're going for. If you're going, so do they list what they consider to be authentic cities? Because I would think maybe a city like Savannah, Georgia, or a city that has inherent history.
I think Charleston. I was down there a couple of years ago.
Hang on a second. Inherent history. Boston is rounds out the U.S. cities deemed the most inauthentic, and that is rife with American history.
Is New Orleans on that list?
It is not, Marissa.
Because when you think about, the French Quarter, that is a little touristy. And
it is. Marissa, we had our first school for Coolest Teacher of the Year, Ruston High School in Westchester. You guys get to vote. Text the word teacher to 610-660-9333. So we're taking it out for a spin yet again here at the end of the school year. Busy weekend. A lot of stuff went on, obviously. Kentucky Derby was over the weekend. Which I completely forgot was even on because I was traveling. We went up to New York for a stage show on Saturday.
Yes, what you want to hear about.
So I wasn't paying attention to that, but I just wanted to get home in time for the Flyers game so I could watch them get shut out by the Hurricanes.
We knew it was going to be a more of an
they're a great
battle.
team. Hurricanes were badass. They definitely outplayed the team without question.
I was reading a review of the game by those in the know. Certainly I'm not in the know, but they said that there were signs of competitive capability.
Oh, they can get it together
reveal themselves, and this is just part of the deal.
They started off slow. I think the first and second periods were all not that great. But when you look at some of the stats towards the end of the game, obviously the 0 stat in score is what jumps out to you. But in shots, they were pretty close to each other, and but. I have 2 TVs set up in my back room, so I was kind of watching both that and the Sixers at the same time.
Yeah.
And at least we had the Sixers because I honestly, so here's the thing. I didn't watch the Kentucky Derby. I had to step out and was away from all screens for that time. But just before that, I saw that Jason Tatum was not going to play in the Sixers-Celtics game, and I was like, oh, my God, so you're telling me there's a chance.
And there was, man. I'll tell you what, I
Mm-hmm.
did watch the Kentucky Derby, and And I've always enjoyed the whole thing, but this had my wife and I run. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was Seabiscuit time, Preston.
Yeah. They call it the most exciting 3 minutes in sports.
I mean, and it was, and sometimes it doesn't deliver on that, and other times it does. from this horse from the way in the back of the pack to break out, like weave in and out, cut all the way to the outside, and then right down to the line was effing amazing.
And win by nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was at Parks Casino on Saturday afternoon for a couple hours. Me and Andy and Donnie were there doing an appearance. And so I texted my family. They always like to put bets on the Kentucky Derby.
Right.
And so I texted them. I said, hey, listen, I'm at a racetrack. Do you guys want me to make some bets for you? My brother won. He called Golden Temple.
Good call.
Tempo, yeah.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
first female trainer
Yeah.
to ever win.
And the odds were like 23 to 1 or
23
something.
to 1, yeah.
That's a nice payday.
That's a nice payday.
Do you have any
So-
idea how much he bet? And what he made?
He bet
$1 million.
$5, right? So what is that? 23 times 5?
I guess so.
All right,
yeah.
so a little less than $100 he made. You know?
Still.
Yeah, or in the neighborhood of over $100.
I don't even know. I have the winning ticket in my jacket right now. But,
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't know how he's going to claim that, and he's going to have to drive out to Ben Salem, pay the bridge or the turnpike toll. So he probably walks away with $80 or something like that.
So you've said being in that area, Preston, when you're around the Derby area and Churchill Downs and everything, that there are other areas around there that are more impressive if you're in a
I've never been to Churchill Downs. I've not been to the Kentucky Derby, but in Lexington, Kentucky, which is only an hour away from Louisville, is a place called Keeneland, which is a gorgeous racetrack. It's just as beautiful as Churchill Downs, I think. At least from the photos and stuff that I've seen and what I've been told. So, yeah, oh, my God, Kentucky, there's so much horse racing and horse farms. It's just unbelievable.
You're looking at vast amounts of money.
Oh,
They were
yeah.
giving some of the prices on some of these horses. And that's just the price for, like, if you were to purchase the horse for stud or whatever the deal is, then you add on the multiple costs of having a thoroughbred horse that you're tending to.
Yeah, when you fly into Kentucky or into Lexington and I've taken video of it before, it's just horse farm after horse farm. And you can see, like there's private airstrips and private landing pads and all kinds of like the mega rich come out to check out on their prospects.
And they're all, that's their day. So they're all resplendent in their outfits and their hats and all that stuff.
Kentucky Derby's on my bucket list.
Yeah.
Not only is it a sporting event, a really cool sporting event, you get to dress up, wear a cool hat, lots of activities around it.
I love the pie eating contest.
Philly Sports Trips actually took a trip down there.
They
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're trying to convince my friend to do it for her bachelorette party next
What other
year.
events you want to do just for the hats, Marissa?
Just for that, maybe Oktoberfest. They wear a cool hat,
Okay.
and I don't know.
The Easter Parade in New York?
A royal getting married?
Yes.
They
Yeah.
swear crazy
Right,
hats
right.
for that, right?
Yep.
The Lidsville Con?
Oh, God, Lidsville.
I'll build a new list of just
You went
hat
to
events.
an event this weekend, right? Didn't you?
I did the Sing Us Home Festival. Dave Hawes and Tim Hawes throw pretty much like a concert in like the parking lot in that Venice Island area, Steve, in Manayunk.
How was it?
That venue they built is so beautiful that they built a couple of years ago. The concert was great. Menzingers, I told you guys, are a punk band I followed for years. They're from like the Scranton area, but they've based in Philly for the past couple of decades, so they're pretty awesome.
I thought you went to a Kentucky Derby event this weekend. I saw pictures of you at some where you were getting drinks and you posted something.
I did post photos. That was from a Woodford party. That was actually a couple of weeks ago.
Oh,
and
okay.
I posted the parties late.
It's hard
But
to
in my
keep up.
stories, you saw me at a punk rock show
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't
in
see that.
Manayunk.
All right.
Sorry.
That's where the old Arroyo Grill was?
No,
that-
Casey, it is pretty much behind. So like, there's a parking lot where
Like diagonal from mainstream music.
it's right in like the middle of the block.
Yeah,
Steve.
yeah.
So there's that parking lot has been resurfaced and repaved between Manayunk Brewery and you know where Chloe's is, that ice cream place with the big pink flamingo outside of it in the middle of Manayunk, where the bayou is.
Okay.
So
yes.
so where the bayou is, like right behind the canal there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
so
right,
there's
so I
this
know what you're talking about.
beautiful-
So it is on the river.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can you could be on the towpath right there listening to the show.
Gotcha.
And there's a community center they built that has like a couple hundred seats. So they were doing VIP shows inside, and then they had a big stage outside.
Cool. I got a text that says, I flew to Kentucky last week. Drunk girl in front of me. Lots of elderly ladies with hat boxes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I could see that. So, but anyway, so there was a lot of activity over the weekend, obviously, especially with the Sixers and the Flyers. And
the Broad Street
and
Run.
the Broad Street Run. That's right.
Which is huge. And from what I was hearing from all the people who actively run and are participants, the weather could not have been more perfect. Because it was chilly.
I celebrated Broad Street Run by sleeping for 11 plus hours from Saturday into Sunday.
Oh, you had a really marathon sleep session?
It was
Good
amazing. And I consider I warmed up by falling asleep on the couch on Saturday night, and then I ended up
Emptied the tank.
Used the bathroom at about 12:30, and then I slept till after 10 o'clock on Sunday.
Wow!
And so I was definitely
feel the burn.
I was tired. Yeah.
I had one of those on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I left here. I had another thing I had to do, and then I got home maybe like 6 o'clock, and then I woke up at 11 a.m. on Saturday.
Call in this morning with how much you slept over the weekend and tell us. No, it is pretty amazing when you get a good night's sleep. Oh, my God.
I had one of those in years. Yeah.
I know.
I mean, I straight up was sleeping when the race started and was still asleep when the race was over. Like, that felt good, man.
There were some records set.
Like 3 different records at least.
Yeah, was it Josh Izuski?
Yeah.
And Winter Part set new course records at the 47th Annual Independence Blue Cross Broad Street Run.
Okay.
Izuski won the men's division with a time of 45 hours, 45 minutes, 8 seconds, 8.8, however it breaks down. I don't know the basic deal.
45 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yeah, for 45 hours, and breaking the record, which was it was pretty close to that. And
it was a 4-second beat. He beat it by 4 seconds.
Parts won the non-binary division with a time of 52 minutes, 4 seconds. And then other top finishers, Tessa Barrett won the women's division. So it seems like something that's always our own Angela Perfetto ran it as well.
Did she ran it? Nice.
But it seems like something that you could work your way up to, and then you say
10 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, doable.
I would love to. A few years ago, my knees would beg to differ with you now.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm running anymore. But I could have. Yeah, there was a point where I could have done 10 miles.
I ran without ever having run a 5K. I got invited to run one, and I ran it. It was fine. No problem.
Yeah.
That's why I thought I could probably do 10, and then the dream died.
Yeah. But imagine doing it in 45 minutes.
Yeah, no.
10 miles in 45 minutes.
It took me 45 minutes to walk into the studio.
Yeah.
I have a couple friends that ran it, and one of the things that they were saying is just, at the beginning, so you're starting at Broad and Olney, and then you're running, obviously, to the Navy Yard. But, you forget that there's, it's a little hilly. So as you're running, you're just seeing this waves of people in front of you.
And apparently,
as you're
Marissa,
going.
To the practiced runner, that means nothing, right? But to the people who are kind of just beginning, you might as well be running up Everest.
Yeah.
When it takes a hill like that.
I was always told that it was a straight downhill, the whole, it was all pitched downwards. I mean, there might be some undulations.
Probably overall because you're headed towards water, right? So I would imagine that's the case. But yeah, you're going to have little
ups and downs.
Like life.
It's the elevator business.
Yeah. It's like the coffee business. It's a grind.
Yeah.
But there was there's also a wheelchair category, and the guy who won the wheelchair category, I thought he had broken the record as well. He did it in 38 minutes. So, Press, if you can't run, maybe
was there a sleeping for 11 hours category?
I don't know, but maybe we should start that.
Casey, if I tried a wheelchair, it would mess up my shoulders. There's got to be something. I couldn't drive without having some kind of cramp or,
My hand's cramping up.
No, it's something I wish. Running is something I wish that I had in my life. It would be. It never really took. I took to it. I do like using like an elliptical for exercise, but getting outside and running distances has never been a thing for me.
For me, it's the hiking. I wouldn't call it. When I'm moving along at my clip, I'm probably at about 4.2 miles an hour. So. I get up at a decent speed. Trails, though,
right?
A regular running on, I'm not built for that.
Yeah. My feet aren't good for it. So, and currently, right now, my right foot is experiencing plantar fasciitis.
Oh,
I know.
Sounds delicious.
It's amazing. I'll tell you what. Getting out of bed in the morning, especially after an 11-hour sleep,
Tiger.
It hurts, man. And you're limping for the first hour of your, and in fact, I'm feeling it right now. So I can't run,
Yeah.
Ride my bike though.
Yeah, I can't. My knee, it sucks. It really sucks.
It's like you reach that point where you're like, man, that Stephen Hawking had it figured out.
Do you guys remember this years and years ago, and I think it might have been when we were at Y100, and I had an appearance, and I don't know if it was the Broad Street run or not, but it was a big run in Philadelphia, thousands of people.
Yeah.
And I was there with the radio station, and we had a prime spot along the course at the beginning, and we had our tent set up, and we got there, and everybody's lining up and getting ready to go, and the race starts, and we're supposed to be there for a couple hours, okay? And so the race starts, and everybody runs by. They all run by our tent, and then they're gone. The pack is gone. And we were supposed to be there for like another hour or something like that.
Okay.
And I'm standing around, and I'm like, well, what do we do now?
It's gone.
Everyone is gone.
It's over.
And so I was still, just a jock.
Yeah.
And so I told the promotion staff, the crew that was there with me, I'm like, well, let's just pack it up and go because there's nobody here. I mean,
man.
And
was it a loop?
It was a loop, dude.
Damn it, Preston.
Like 40 minutes later, we packed up everything, and thousands of people come running by again. And I'm like, oh my God. And the whole thing about those is visibility when you're doing something like that is to make sure that you are seen by these thousands of people. And I pulled the plug on it.
That's hilarious.
I remember because I'm like, I'm going to make a judgment. I'm making a decision. I'm making an
audible.
I'm calling an audible here.
I'm the air talent here. I'm reading the area.
I called the wrong audible.
Yeah.
An executive decision.
That was it. Thank you. Those are the words I used, Marissa. I'm making an executive decision. God.
Well, the next 10-mile race is so the Delco 10-miler is coming up in September. And so they did their first one last year, and that one starts at Rose Tree Park. I know you guys know where that is, and that goes all the way through through beautiful Chester and ends at the Subaru Park. So that's another one. It kind of is. It undulates, but I feel like it's on a downward trajectory. That's such a hard word to say. Need to change that word.
By the way, here's somebody texting about the course. They said, hey, yesterday was my 15th Broad Street run.
Good for you.
Wasn't my best at all, and I ended with an hour and 7 minutes and 50 seconds, but they said it's relatively downhill, but quite a few inclines in North Philly before you get to
There
Temple.
you go. So that's what you're talking about. So yeah, it's up and down like life.
Yeah, but it's overall downhill, but you do have some little inclines along the way. So
it's so funny, those things like running, you don't realize hills, riding a bike, these things that we take for granted. It's something as simple as a 5 mile per hour wind. Like it really does.
Listen, yes.
I remember I was watching, we started watching the Stranger Things animated show over the weekend. There's a scene where Dustin's character is riding his bike and he's riding up a hill and he's just like, and I remember that as a kid, where our mode of transportation was your bike.
Yep.
And there were some routes you had to choose, and you're like, oh man, there's a big ass hill going up that one.
The worst is when you're pumping and you're keeping it, and you're keeping enough momentum to stay stable, and then you start to waver.
And then you got to get off.
And then you got to get off.
At some point, you lost.
It's like when we would watch the racers come up the wall.
Yeah.
And you'd see professional bike racers from around the world in the peak of health having a nightmare coming up that friggin' thing.
Yeah, but those dudes are just they're like another species. Press, I did this bike ride with my team. We met at Pinocchio's Pizza in Media, and we were going to do a little bit of a ride and then have some pizza and beers afterwards. And so, I know Delco, right? And so we went all through, like Swarthmore into like the, Morton area into Springfield. And then I was like, oh, we're going to end up like, down this one street, and that leads us right to Pinocchio's. And I've driven down this street no less than 3 million times. I've never ridden my bike on this street. I had no idea how long it was. Just one long ass hill. And I was like, why would I do like I had no idea. It just didn't occur to me.
Driven it. You never think about
it.
It's like the realization when you go out and so you go out for a bike ride and it's 68.
Yeah.
And, that's more than comfortable. And you start moving and the wind.
Yeah.
And you say, this is goddamn cold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. So, all right, well, congratulations to everybody who completed that yesterday or attempted to complete it, no matter what.
I did it 52 minutes. That was my run.
Steve did 52.
That's not bad, man.
Impressive.
But no, congratulations to everybody who tackled that. A couple other localish stories that I thought were worth passing along to you.
What is this, City Beat?
It might be City Beat. It's a
City Beat Light.
Yeah, it's a shorter City Beat, but
featuring one of his feet.
But yesterday, Pierre's house hit the market.
Yes.
And if you want to check it out, you can check the local, the Zillows or Realtor.com or whatever, and you can see it. But the family, the Robert estate, is asking for $1.25 million, $1.25 million. It is 3,419 square feet, mid-century modern home. It's on Monk Road in Gladwin. It's right above the Schuylkill, the expressway and the river, and is surrounded by nature. Can be seen throughout the home thanks to its many floor-to-ceiling windows. I'm reading the article about this.
Right,
by the
right.
way. And so if you're ever curious about the type of place that Pierre lived in, you'll want to see the pictures. It is one of the more unique homes that you're going to find around here.
It is really a cool-looking house, and I was looking at the article. The pictures were the first time I've actually seen inside the house. I've only ever seen it from the outside in all the years knowing Pierre, but I felt I knew the inside from Pierre had a love-hate relationship with this house.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was sort of a 60s cool vibe to it, but it was all glass.
The description, which I think is a good one, and it might have been Nick that had mentioned this to me, but it's the Brady Bunch meets the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Was Pierre's home, by the way.
My wife loves this style of house.
Yeah?
Loves it, yeah.
What,
yeah.
just with all the windows?
Yeah.
Big open plan and everything?
There's a house around the corner from me that we drive past quite a bit, and she's like, I just want to go in. I just want to see what it looks like from the inside.
Yeah, there's a handful of houses like this left in his neighborhood. They're really beautiful.
So he bought it in 1989 for $327,500, about 8 years after he joined MMR. It's being sold by his estate. The listing agent, Mark Hammerberg of Berkshire Hathaway Home Service and Fox and Roach Realtors, is the one who's handling the sale, by the way. So it was built in 1962. Designed by Philadelphia architect Erwin Stein. They call it the Zen-like 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom home. Features a folded plate roof that appears to sort of float above the house. So it has these, it almost looks like, like an old drive-in 50s burger joint.
Very much so. It does. But you know what appealed to Pierre was because of the glass and because of that design, the house seemed to just blend into the nature.
Yeah.
Like it was...
lots of trees. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it says the geometric design is most evident outside, but carries throughout inside, including spaces like the foyer and the living room, where triangular windows rise up to meet the ceiling.
So the pool was down a hill?
Yeah, yeah. So it was there were some stairs that took you down at the bottom. The main level has an eat-in kitchen with walnut-colored cabinets offset by granite countertops, stainless steel appliances. There's also an open-concept dining and living room, complete with a wood-burning brick fireplace. It opens into an L-shaped deck on one end and a front patio on the other. I was only there one time, and it was shortly after we started working here, like 22 years ago.
Was this the pool party?
It was a party, yeah.
Yeah, I heard it was like a hell of a party.
It was great.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It was so funny because I'll never forget this because Pierre's hairstylist, Charles,
was
this really colorful character, was swimming in the pool, and Kathy's husband, Dennis, was kind of standing by the pool, and all of a sudden I hear Dennis go, "Oh my God," like that. Charles had swum up to him and like grabbed his leg while he was like almost like caressed his leg, and it scared the hell out of Dennis because he wasn't expecting a hand to reach up out of the water and grab him.
That's funny.
But no, I remember the house being very unique and very, very
very Pierre.
It demands your attention as soon as you see it.
But Jesus Christ, in the bleakest, coldest of winters, he was freezing.
Yeah, because of the windows.
It's all windows.
It's all windows.
Yeah.
And so there was a brief period, we'd talk about it, not a brief, actually, it ended up being longer than anyone ever imagined, where our friend John from Sequoia was doing home improvement or renovation at the house, and he was essentially living with Pierre at the house. And Pierre would come back with these stories about, finding John's clothing in the oven where he was storing them. And I mean, just this weird, almost like Perfect Strangers, 2025.
Yeah.
It is so him, though. And you look at these photos, and the last time, I'd seen it, I mean, the walls were just covered. You walk through the radio station, you see the history that's here at the radio station, photos from decades and decades. And that's how he decorated the house. It was filled with concert posters and, signed images of bands that he's met with, and he would do laminates from backstage passes. He would have long frames full of those and other passes hanging through, and it really was him. The only thing that that you guys would recognize as this dining room table was always covered in bills and paperwork.
Well, that's about right. I mean, he would literally take a week off and have someone come,
an organizer.
Yeah. What I think, as I was thinking about this, was sort of a bittersweet thing to see the house going up for sale, because it's something we also associate with Pierre. If the new owner, if there could be some sort of plaque or some sort of something to commemorate that, is that even something that's done? Is that a lot to ask a new owner? To commemorate that it was Pierre's house?
Listen, it's Gladwin, and people with money may come in there and just raise the whole thing and put something new in. You never know.
Yeah.
But that's also lore of this area. I feel like, Casey lives in a famous house. I remember when we were kids, we looked at John DeBella's house. I mean, that's just, what Philadelphia is. You look at Darren Dalton's old house and things like that.
Yeah, you live in a famous house?
Well, yeah, Lou and Con, he used to live in my house.
Yeah, that's right. She formerly owned that house.
Hey, that's famous.
So it says here there are 3 bedrooms, including the primary suite. They're also on the main floor. There are 2 additional bedrooms on the walkout lower level alongside a family room with a brick fireplace. I thought that the downstairs was really cool. And there's also a former bomb shelter.
Oh,
I
really?
would love to see that.
That's currently an empty space, but could be used as a wine cellar. So.
Right.
Okay.
Ryan, did you ever see the bomb shelter? Did you ever see a lot of the house?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. Is it a classic 50s bomb shelter?
I believe so. I mean, like Marissa said, it was hard to tell between all the papers and debris fill that was everywhere.
The bomb shelter was filled with Christmas decorations.
That's
Oh, was it?
Yeah, he
Okay.
had all. You thought he had a lot here.
Yeah.
He had just as much at home.
He also had a half basketball court, which he used quite a lot.
I honestly would love to. I would love to buy this place and live there.
Yeah.
Taxes are $14,000 a year, so no thanks.
That Lower Marion. Yeah. Good school district.
So as Steve said, there's a heated in-ground pool surrounded on one side by a stone wall as well. It's a really unique, cool property.
Do you know, for all that this house figured into the Pierre Robert lore, and I loved hearing the stories of him pissing and moaning and loving it at the same time, we would always say, why don't you move into the city? Because he had such a city connection, but he never wanted to.
No.
He and I talked about it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had talked about it?
We would discuss, this was his house. This was, what would he do with all of this stuff? This almost museum that he had built within his house.
Yeah.
Things like that. Late night conversations.
Well, if you would like to own a piece of Philadelphia radio history, you can bid on the Pierre Robert estate, which is now up for sale.
A bittersweet moment. Yeah.
Here's what I think. I think the radio station needs to buy it, and we need to move there. I think we.
Listen,
I love
I'm tired of this company throwing money around.
Right, let's do it.
Right? Wouldn't that be great if that was our radio station?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Of course, we'd be complaining how cold it is.
Walking through those doors every day. He has these big red, main entranceway doors. It'd be a little
For a
bittersweet.
brief period, didn't quite close properly after John had started to.
It would cut off a little of my commute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd take that difference with you, Preston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, but anyhow, take a look. You get a chance. It's a peek into Pierre's life and where he called home.
Yeah.
There's a couple other quick City Beat stories, if you don't mind. This is a City Beat light. So New Jersey is fed up with the Bradford pear foul-smelling blossoms and has now banned the tree under law. I believe
come on,
Pennsylvania
man.
already did that. Yeah.
I love the smell of semen.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, they are banned because they are up and down the city. Like Market Street is
You can't
covered
grow
in
new
them.
ones.
You can't grow new ones. They're not saying you have to go rip them out, but you just can't.
It's not.
You can't plant them anymore. What?
But would you say that it's a foul smell?
No.
I mean,
if you're in the porn
Yeah.
industry.
I think it's a foul smell. I do not like that scent. And I have, we now have 2 of them in my backyard. We had 3. We had one really, really big one. We had to get rid of it because, well, there's part of it is there's a safety risk. They lend to falling over.
Oh.
Eventually.
They become weak as they get larger?
Yeah. So they're also known as calorie pears. They have weak branch structures, making them a property liability and an active danger to people because they are susceptible to storm damage.
What if at the base they were to put concrete balls to hold them in place, Preston?
So the blooms have made them a popular ornamental tree. They're also hiding a secret beyond their stench. Their dead fish odor attracts flies rather than bees or butterflies, which is kind of interesting.
I don't like that.
New Jersey is one of a handful of states that have banned the Bradford pear. Other states are at least rewarding residents for removing the nuisance trees and replacing them with similarly stunning native alternatives.
I never knew that flies were attracted to the smell of dried semen.
So initially, when the U.S. Department of Agriculture introduced the Bradford pear to the country in 1917, the hope was that the species would increase fruit production amid a blight. Instead, the dense growth outcompetes beneficial species and for resources harming biodiversity. So it's an invasive species.
Yes, and when you start to tinker around with these sort of things, they can have a result like this.
Yeah, so the law will go into effect 13 months after its January signing. The ban will expand in 4 years to the sale, export, and distribution of outlawed plants, including English ivy and tree of heaven, or tree of hell, depending on who you
Could
ask.
they bring in the predatory vagina beetle?
And maybe that'll eat up all the semen-scented blooms?
Exactly.
Maybe. So Jersey is working to get rid of those.
So of the smells, that being one of them, and then obviously you have the mushrooms in...
it's not really the mushrooms; it's the fertilizer that they use. It's
is
the
that
poop.
what it is?
Yeah, that's what I think.
I thought it was the mushrooms themselves.
So they have to grow those things in some really foul-smelling stuff. So I think that's what
that
is.
I've smelled.
So what would I prefer? I'd prefer the Bradford pears over that smell.
I've been near them. I didn't detect a stink, but you say there is. Yeah,
of the
Bradford.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Right. Yeah. It's the semen smell. Yeah, for sure. It's it's pretty gnarly, but it depends on whether if there's a bunch of them, that's where you really smell it. So
I haven't had that
since we got rid of the big one in my backyard. I really don't pick up on it anymore, which is good. All right, one more story. I'll make this a quick one because we got to stay on time for no sad dough. But I thought this was interesting. The 14th Philadelphia Tango Festival is coming up Friday, May 22nd through Monday, May 25th. It'll be at the Lithuanian Music Hall in Port Richmond. Attendees can enjoy 4 days of dance, live music, and cultural programming during the event.
I've always thought that, or I've periodically flirted with the notion of learning how to do a real tango.
Yeah, it would be cool.
Yeah.
A friend of mine
have that in your quiver.
At his wedding did it for their first dance. It was great. They did it. What's that?
Who did? Sorry.
You don't know him. A friend of mine did who got married, and we went to it, and he and his wife worked at this really cool. It started off as just a standard husband and wife dance, but then the music changed into a tango, and they went into it, with the biting the flower and the whole thing.
See, that's kind of cool.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
So according to a Philly Voice report, the festival, with its theme Conscious Improvisation, will offer more than 40 activities, including workshops for all levels, lectures, concerts, and milongas, which are social dances.
Milongas?
Milongas. Additional programming will include a lecture on tango and gender, as well as new workshops on Argentine folkloric dance and music.
And brining pickles.
All activities will culminate in a participatory celebration. And beginners can join a no partner required track, while advanced dancers can enroll in multi-session workshops and technique-focused classes.
Claire has asked a couple times about taking, and I really should, because it's at least once in my life take a shot at doing it.
Yeah. Visiting artist will host nightly live music and performances. Headlining pairs include internationally known tango couples Octavio Fernandez with Carolina Gianna from Argentina.
Welcome, everyone.
And Rino Farina with Graziella Polverenti from Italy.
Today we learn the lambada, the forbidden dance.
Registration is open online through May 13th, and on-site registration available for some activities. Ticket costs range in cost from $25 to individual activities to $700 for an all-access pass.
That must be Tango Platinum.
Plus various multi-event and single-day options.
I mean,
so if this has been your thing,
$700,
then you got to get on board for this. So it's the 14th Philadelphia Tango Festival. It is the 22nd through the 25th. So
what is
interesting?
Well, yeah, when they dance the tango on Dancing with the Stars, it's a steamy dance.
Yeah,
isn't that what the Mortician Gomez Adams did? Okay.
Isn't there supposed to be almost a play like a gigolo and a prostitute type of thing?
Yes, one of you is a whore.
I thought that its origins came from that, or
there's a story told.
Yeah, well, this is more flamenco.
I
but
know,
it's close
but
enough.
I don't know.
Tango.
Enjoy whore.
I thought it was. Oh no, this is the Marissa pulled up the original where it said it was frequently practiced in the brothels and bars of ports where business owners employed bands to entertain their patrons. So
that's where it came from. And now it's this highfalutin thing.
There you go.
See, the most cultured things come out of brothels.
Out of prostitution.
Yeah.
Of course. All right. Anyhow, that's it in City Beat. Shortened City Beat Light this morning. We do have money to give away.
Yes,
so
we
I think
do.
We better take a break and come back with that. So we'll have no sad dough, and we'll get the bizarre file. Eve Plumb will be joining us later this morning. Jan Brady.
Yeah.
We'll chat with her and a few other surprises. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Locals.
So, number 6 in the world, Boston. It's rich history and walkability draws millions, but travelers frequently describe central areas of the city as crowded and geared toward visitors rather than residents. So
I love Boston.
It's kind of nitpicking.
Chicago as well. Yeah. But you're right. It's what you're looking for. I don't mind a blend of both. I don't mind a blend of the touristy with a bit of history. And you could listen. London is that. If you go to London, there's a lot of touristy stuff, and there's a lot of great historical stuff.
Yeah,
and there's a place for both.
And you never know what you're getting with reviews. I'm sorry to interrupt, Casey. Like I remember seeing one time a 1-star review for the Grand Canyon. Calling it overrated.
Yeah, it's a hole.
Dude, it is not overrated. But you were talking about London, and I mean, they have a guy there who plays the road cone.
Yeah, he's amazing.
It's
right outside your hotel room.
Nothing more authentic than
authenticity.
that. Yep.
Yeah.
I touristed in our own town yesterday, and it was great.
Yeah.
I was walking up Market Street, and I happened to see that the right at the Ben Franklin house, the first post office was open, and I just wandered in, and it was just really cool. And I was reading the signs, and I went in the little shop. They have some really cool merch.
Is that free?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And it's right at 5th and Market.
You ever been in the Betsy Ross house?
I have.
Not
I was
in
asking
years.
Marissa, sorry.
No. It's been years. I've walked by it many times, but I haven't been there in a long, long time.
I've never been in it. What's it like?
I'm not going to answer now. No, it's really nice. It's they have a little sort of like the Alamo, the little vignette in the basement where they have the figures and they show what life was like, and I think it's great.
Yeah.
All right. So is that in Old City?
Yeah.
Okay.
On Race, maybe.
Okay.
And they'll have events. I remember over the summer they'll actually show movies because there's a little courtyard.
Oh, we
at the
used to
Betsy
love
Ross.
watching movies.
Yep,
That's right.
Exactly.
Okay.
They showed Dazed and Confused and Wolf of Wall Street.
All right, so the least authentic destinations worldwide, according to this research, number 10 is Brussels, 9 is Sydney, Australia, number 8 is Singapore, number 7 is London, then Boston, then Hobart.
The hell is Hobart?
Where's Hobart?
Hobart.
I know that is a
machine
giant
that makes
mixer.
us. Yeah.
Oh, Australia.
Okay, then Nashville at number 4, number 3 is Vegas, number 2 is Venice, and number 1 is Chicago.
So I think this is there is some sort of percentage blend between because a place has historical elements to it, it can become a commercial, touristy kind of place.
Yeah.
So guess what? Our streets are all flooded and have gondolas on them.
Yeah.
So now there's a tourism element to it.
And so we're going to have
shut up.
singing gondola drivers or whatever they're called.
Remember during
Pilots.
COVID when there wasn't any tourism really going on and the waterways in Venice were like clear.
That's
You could
right.
see the fish underneath. And
It wasn't from pollution. It was the props that stir up all the silt and stuff at the bottom. But yeah, they said you could actually see into the water.
All the garbage.
All right. One more story. One more noticer thingy thing.
More from the noticer.
This is kind of interesting. Delta, the airline, just opened its first ever airport lounge that isn't actually in an airport. And they set up a shop inside the Sphere in Vegas, speaking of Vegas. The new Delta Sky 360 Club is designed for concert goers and event fans, offering a branded hospitality experience tied to shows and special events rather than boarding passes and flight delays. It's part of a multi-year partnership that also puts Delta's branding on the Sphere's LED exterior.
Yes.
And will unlock exclusive Sphere experiences for Sky Miles members.
So, and they do cool things like you'll be there waiting and they'll cancel the show.
Oh, I love that. Amazing.
Yeah, just to make you get that feeling that you're in a Delta lounge.
But they can get you into a theater down the street
Right, yeah.
if you need be.
But you're going to lose some money.
Steve, did we ever figure out, and you've seen them, we've all seen these clips on social media of, it's not the Sphere, but they are other theater experiences, and you can also watch sporting events.
Yes. Well,
where you feel, it's a gigantic monitor that you're right in front of.
I want to go to that place. Or those places.
Is it more than one? It's got to be more than one,
There's
right?
more than one. But basically, essentially, it is sort of the Sphere concept, but your line of sight and in the room you're in makes everything look like you are in a level at a stadium or an arena, and it looks like everything is to scale.
Yeah.
Those cameras. And you said you saw how they do that. They fix the cameras at a certain level, and basically, for all intents and purposes, you are there. Virtually there.
The one that I am aware of is in Texas somewhere.
Dallas, I think it's
Yeah, I think so.
We should have one here.
Dude, I would love that.
Yeah.
I would love that.
Marissa found it's called COSM, COSM. And there's one in Los Angeles. That's one that she had just pulled up. So I'm not familiar with that or how many of them are available.
So we're looking at it, and they're showing that the Matrix, I guess, is part of the deal. But yeah, that's sort of a Sphere-esque.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
It kind of reminds me, Steve, of those the rides at Universal, like the Simpson ride.
Yeah.
Where this has like 2-tier, and the screen is just absolutely gigantic, and it pretty much covers your entire field of vision, like an IMAX screen, but a little bit more, almost the ones that come around a little bit.
Agreed. What makes this so cool is that you are at least to scale.
Yeah.
I mean, we're watching an MMA fight, which is not to scale right now, but on the video we're watching, but you're pretty close to proper scale.
Yeah, it looks like when you're down, like they just showed, like you were behind the net at a hockey game.
Right.
And it looks like you could stand next to the net, and it would be about the right size for you.
I'm a sucker for all that. I remember the first time any of the motion control rides, the first time you rode Back to the Future years ago, and now where they've carried it at Universal. Unbelievable.
So it looks like there's two, one in Dallas and one in LA. And it's like, it kind of feels like the Sphere, but just bigger. Like the movie Tavern plus the Sphere.
Okay.
Is this place.
COSM is the name of that. So that looks bigger than the Sphere to you?
It looks
so
to me.
No. The vibes. That you're just kind of, I don't know, in that stadium seating.
Okay.
It just has that feel.
Yeah, because I was going to say it doesn't look nearly the size.
All right,
of
I'm
the
going to look to see
Definitely
if COSM is going to be expanding.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the Sphere, the people who own the Sphere, it's a Madison Square Garden company, the same company that owns it. I mean, right now they're operating at a loss because they're finding out that the maintenance on those screens and those lights,
that many screens,
is staggering.
Something's going to go wrong.
A lot. Yeah.
And have to be replaced a lot, I would imagine. All right, that's it for The Noticer. Thanks, Kat. There was this story, it's making the rounds, and it's actually a professional baseball player. Anthony Bass plays for the Toronto Blue Jays. And, you know, you hear discussions about plane etiquette all the time as far as, sharing the armrest and taking your shoes off and all these other things.
Pleasuring yourself?
Pleasuring yourself.
Can't do that.
So there's a little bit of a controversy or a discussion or debate that's been popping up after he had tweeted about his recent flight saga, and it actually has to do with his wife. So the 35-year-old posted on Twitter a photo of his 2 toddler daughters on a flight playing on electronic devices, and you can see popcorn strewn all over the seat, all over the floor. And in the accompanying caption, he wrote, by the way, his spouse is traveling alone, and she's 22 weeks pregnant. He explained that the flight attendant on the trip had, quote, made his wife clean up their kids' food mess, and he voiced outrage over the situation. He wrote, the flight attendant on United just made my 22-week pregnant wife traveling with a 5-year-old and 2-year-old get on her hands and knees to pick up the popcorn mess by my youngest daughter. And then he wrote, are you kidding me? And so he obviously thought that was out of line for them to ask her to clean that stuff up.
Right.
And people responded to that. And I'm curious as to how you guys would respond.
So in the studio here, there's a picture of what it looked like around the area. Mm-hmm. And what you all have kids. I do not. So
I mean, when you have a kid, if you take it to a restaurant, take it. Take the child.
What is it?
Take your baby or your whatever, your toddler to a restaurant. A mess is inherent, right? It's going to happen every single time. It happens on planes. And Steve, as a parent, you are responsible for at least making an attempt to clean up that mess, right?
All right, you just hit it. That's exactly what. So as a non-child owner,
right?
You don't have it.
But that would be you make an effort at least.
Yes.
To clean up, to police the area a little bit. And I think somebody would say, here, let me help, or maybe the staff would assist. Just that alone gets you across the finish line.
And it's embarrassing, quite frankly, like especially at a restaurant, because you know that it's going to happen and you don't want it to happen. Yeah. But you are aware of the fact that if you have a toddler, it's going to happen. So just do the best you can to prevent it, and then when the mess inevitably does happen, clean it up as best you can.
The children were eating ribs.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen. I mean, I wouldn't even try to prevent it because you can. It's going to happen. Right. However, you do more than try to clean it up. You clean it up.
All right.
In your case, you're seeing this, and this stuff is strewn obviously around and could be. It's not like, they're asking to resurface the chairs.
And listen, I don't think she should get up every time something falls on the floor. But like at some point, yes, so sorry. Let me, pick this all up.
Looking at the photo, I could see if the mom was sitting in the chair, she may not see, she may see one kernel that we can see in this photo. And if they pointed it out to her, I think I would be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that they just made a mess like that. I'll clean its mess up. No, but I agree. I think you clean it up. If you had a couple little errant, if you didn't get every single last one,
right.
that's acceptable. As long as you get in there and you start doing some cleanup. And there were texters, for the most part, did side with the airline. The overwhelming amount did. But some did go the other way and think that, no, it's and somebody had posted like, what, if your kids make a mess at the movie theater, do you clean that up off the floor? Actually, yeah. Yes.
So I get. So the point of some of the detractors are saying, well, after they get off the flight, people come in and clean the thing. But as you said, Nick, you don't just say, "Wow, they'll get it."
Yeah, they'll get it. I'll make a total mess.
You
what
have
the
to
hell?
you have to make an attempt. But there are, it's like there are two different people. There are the people that are like, what we're saying is like, yes, you have to attempt to clean it up. You have to clean it up. And there are people that just don't think you have to, and that it's not your job. Like, you paid to eat at the restaurant, so now you're going to leave the mess for the server to clean up. Like, there are people that just, that's how they see it.
I know.
It's weird.
Yep. And flight attendants obviously were commenting quite ferociously about this.
I've seen people, and my heart goes out to them, like at restaurants where the kids making a mess or spilling over stuff, and then and literally getting down and cleaning up stuff and picking up stuff off the floor. And I've never seen it's you feel so bad because I think parents tend to feel 10 times worse than they probably need to be if the kids are making a mess. And I think most people understand, I got it. I understand it's hard to corral this.
WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a
No Sando! keyword.
And the word is game, G-A-M-E. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com. You can also text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Winner's get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And the Preston and Steve No Sad No is sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Next chance to win is at 10. Don't miss this opportunity now. The word is game, all right? G-A-M-E. Enter that now. We wish you luck. Let's take a look at traffic, see how we are doing. Marissa, what's up this morning?
A lot of volume out there. We're slowing on the Blue Route northbound from 95 to the Media Bypass, Vine Street Expressway westbound from 95 out to the Schuylkill eastbound, the Boulevard to Vine, westbound from Passyunk to South Street, and the Boulevard out to Gladwin. Then 95 southbound, we have slowing from Cotman Avenue to the Vine. There's an accident on 95 southbound. This is right at the Blue Route. The left lane is blocked. And then an earlier vehicle has been cleared that was on Street Road at Bustleton Pikes. Traffic is starting to get by around there. And then road construction, left lane blocked on 42 northbound. We're jammed up from Blackwood, Clemton Road to 41. This traffic report is brought to you by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Save up to $75 on brake repair and AAA Tire and Auto Service. $25 off one axle replacement, $75 off two. Terms apply. Ends May 13th. Visit AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
May the 4th be with you, my friend. I need to tell you the story before we get into the bizarre file. A very busy lad today.
Yeah.
Ryan Shuttleworth is going to be pulling triple duty today.
Yeah, he is.
Ryan is obviously sitting in here with us right now on the other side of the glass. But when we are done on the program today, he's doing middays on MMR. Matt Cord was up in New York City over the weekend for a biking event that they had there. Well, the Sixers are going to be playing in New York tonight. So he's just staying up there, and he's going to be with the team because Matt's retiring. I mean, he actually his official retirement, but nobody saw.
They keep winning now.
Moving on to the next round of the playoffs. So Matt is still with the team, and so he's going to do that. So Ryan is filling in today.
Correctamundo.
And that's not all.
Nope, not at all.
Ryan's got an MMRBQ ticket raid today after that, and you're going to be at a Dunkin' location today, right, Ryan?
Yeah, the one in Southampton. So I had one of these yesterday, and it was such a remarkable time. What I loved about these ticket raids, it really is a family affair. Like, I had somebody who went, it's like, oh, I'm taking my daughter. And then right after that, it's like, oh, I can't wait to take my mom to this. So if you want a free chance to go to the MMRBQ, all you can do is show up to the Dunkin' in Southampton. That is on
It's on 2nd Street.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's at 436 2nd Street, 2nd Pike, I'm sorry. 2nd Street Pike. Come on, Preston. And so that's from 4 to 6 today.
That's correct.
Excellent.
And then I'm going to go home and I'm going to watch all Star Wars.
There you go. That's right. It's May the 4th. You're a big Star Wars fan.
I'm a huge Star Wars fan. So.
Wow. Okay. Well, please hang with Ryan today. It's going to be a busy man. And
hardest working man in showbiz.
Chances for you to win all kinds of stuff. So make sure you take advantage of that. All right. It's time for the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by The Bagster. Buy yours now at any home improvement store. Just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. All right, here is a crazy story out of Oregon.
Back home to Oregon.
A disgruntled former employee of the it's spelled the Multnomah, I don't know how you pronounce this, MULTNOMAH Athletic Club, drove a car that was packed with explosives into the exclusive facility on the edge of downtown Portland early Saturday morning, causing massive damage before dying in a fiery wreck. Investigators believe
takes a lot to get out of one of those gym memberships.
That the former employee rented a black Nissan Rogue on Friday, which he used to drive into the building, careening around the first floor before setting off the explosive devices believed to be a mix of propane tanks and pipe bombs.
That's obviously insane, but what could possibly have spurred that on?
Some of the devices detonated and some did not. Sergeant Jim Dufresne from the Explosives Disposal Unit said emergency responders extinguished the blaze around 3 a.m. The ground floor of the building was completely destroyed, suffered millions of dollars in damages, said one of the law enforcement sources. Club officials announced that the sprawling facility, which includes 3 pools, multiple event spaces and restaurants, workout facilities, and overlooks Providence Park, that it was closed on Saturday until further notice. No employees or members were injured. So police said the driver entered the building's lobby, turned right, drove through a set of turnstiles, past a wall display with trophies and other memorabilia, and towards a place called 26 Founders, which is a table service restaurant at the private club, before setting off the explosives.
I take a flamethrower to this place.
The club had been tightening its security in recent years at great expense after a former employee, Bruce Whitman, was arrested for verbally confronting members at their homes and in public.
What the hell's going on with this place?
And investigators believe that Whitman is the suspect.
Oh, okay.
A neighbor said that Whitman was well known in the neighborhood for espousing conspiracy theories about the athletic club. He had also drawn attention of local law enforcement. Whitman appeared to be suffering from mental health issues. So I had never heard of anything like that before. That's crazy.
You know how dangerous these athletic club conspiracy theories can be.
Mm-hmm. A dramatic rescue effort ensued after the bus, so the headline is missing in this. A bus plunged into the Seine River.
Oh, man.
So a dramatic rescue ensued after the bus, which was under the command of a learning driver, veered off the edge and plunged into the Seine.
I think you need some more learning, son.
The driver lost control after reportedly making a handling error. The coach, which was carrying 4 passengers, hit a parked car on its way down, tipping the vehicle off the edge and into the Seine.
So how did I do?
Officers don't believe anyone was in the car at the time that it was hit. All 4 people on board, including the driver, an instructor, and 2 others, were rescued after drivers leapt into the famous river to pluck the passengers from the submerged bus. I mean, the whole bus went all the way under in the river.
The whole friggin' bus.
It's pretty wild.
It is kind of cool.
Of it.
It's in Seine.
Yes, it is. Local transport services were disrupted after the incident. An investigation is expected to be launched soon to determine the exact cause of the accident.
And I thought this was cool. The passengers aboard the bus got refunds.
Oh, that was nice of them. So a teacher and a head wrestling coach at Norwich Free Academy was due in court on Thursday on assault-related charges that documents revealed stemmed from a 6'7" joke. Stephen Nelson has been on paid administrative leave since the end of December. So Nelson thought the victim was not working hard enough and fooling around while he was on a stationary bike at practice. The victim said that Nelson instructed him to increase his speed from 30 revolutions per minute to between 60 and 70. And that's when the student said, "Coach, 6'7". Nelson then struck the athlete in the face.
People have had it with that thing.
They had it, especially at that point back in December. The student reportedly suffered head trauma and a concussion.
6'7", get it?
Nelson said that he did not mean to actually hit the victim. He said he was trying to get him to refocus. He described the hit as a tap/pat.
Yeah, slash full-flown punch in the face.
Some student witnesses mentioned in the warrant corroborated that assessment. However, other students described the coach's behavior as disturbing. The warrant said the athlete complained of a headache and neck pain throughout the day after the incident. The student described taking a nap, waking up, and throwing up as well. That sounds like a concussion.
Yeah.
The victim's father took him to the hospital. Nelson was charged with third-degree assault and 1 count of risk of injury to a child. But the teachers had enough.
Faces 6 to 7 years in jail.
6, wouldn't that be great? Meridian police have arrested a woman accused of sexually abusing a dog.
No.
Authorities began an investigation on April 6th. Usually you hear of a guy doing this type of thing.
Well, it depends on what you're into.
They obtained an arrest warrant for 45-year-old Christina Kennedy. She turned herself into police on Wednesday. The dog was brought to a veterinarian and was found to not have any injuries.
You are a Great Dane.
2 cats were also taken from the home, and Meridian is petitioning to take custody of the cats.
Well, she was only into dogs.
Kennedy is charged with sexual assault of an animal and also creating / distributing pornography.
Okay.
So I think she was filming this.
Was it bestiality stuff that she was pornography?
Well, I'm going to guess. That
seems to be her thing, right?
She was released on $10,000 bond. Yeah. Hey, if you're good at something, you stick with it.
That's just what you know.
All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning.
Jeez.
All right, We just did the no sad dough keyword. It is GAME, GAME. If you would like to win $1,000, just text the word GAME to 45911, or you can send it over on the MMR app or through WMMR.com. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to do that, so you have been warned, my friend. We're going to take a quick break. Come back in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us.
To me, it would seem they seem very embarrassed.
Most people do.
Yeah.
Some don't.
I know.
Some do not
I know.
care.
But I also, listen, I was never embarrassed or anything. And this is like something that I tell my brothers who have new babies is like, don't shelter them because they're babies and don't take them to the restaurant. I think that's why I can go out to eat and go to a restaurant is because I took Jace from the second he was able to go to a restaurant. Like I
taught it how to behave.
No, seriously though, honestly. Yeah. And like, I will say sometimes if like, he's like lounging I'm like, you're at a restaurant, and he sits up because he's used to going to restaurants and he knows how to act in a restaurant.
Same with us. My parents would take us out. We went to restaurants, and, this is how you behave. This is what you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, did we screw up? Yes. But we got that course right from the beginning.
And did he get this flight attendant fired? Was there a follow-up?
Okay, so there was a follow-up, and his response was he posted an update informing his followers that United Airlines is taking care of matters with the flight attendant internally.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know, right?
So he's getting somebody's job.
But that's also him saying that. Like,
well, but if he's not saying that and it's actually the truth, and said flight attendant is now facing
right, but I'm just saying you don't know if it is.
Okay.
There are aspects to this story that are unclear.
Yeah, like people like that who are going to just throw that out there.
Well, Kayla wants to comment on this real quick. Let me go to her. Hi, Kayla. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Kayla?
So I just want to say I follow Sydney and her sister, Jessie James Decker. She's a music artist. She was married to football player Eric Decker. She still is, but he's no longer playing football. So she had posted about this yesterday before Anthony did. And I don't think it was that they wanted Sydney to clean up the popcorn. It was the way in which the flight attendant approached her. What I saw Sydney and Jessica originally posting yesterday was that the flight attendant came to her with a wipe. It was like, oh, the captain wants you to get every single drop of popcorn, which is kind of unrealistic when you're on a plane with two toddlers and 22 weeks pregnant. Obviously she was going to do her best, but to have her, it was just kind of more of an embarrassing situation, and the way the flight attendant went about it and what was said to her, you need to get every single drop.
By the way, how would the captain know? How would the captain know?
I'm sorry, sir. We have an issue in the...
we have a filthy child that's dropped popcorn all over the floor. Someone needs to kill it.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like they use that all the time. Like the captain said.
Captain doesn't know what's going on.
Captain doesn't know there's popcorn on the floor.
Yeah, I'm sure the captain didn't know, but I think it was just the way the flight attendant broached it. You must get every single drop. Not just, hey, get what you can. We understand she's two. And it was also popcorn that United had given to her. It wasn't like she brought it on the plane herself.
I'm still thinking you got to clean it up.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure. It wasn't that she wasn't going to clean it up. It was just the way that they went about it and were adamant that they wanted her to get every single drop, and not.
They should have said Colonel instead of
not drop.
Because that's what probably confused her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's pregnant. She's got baby brain.
What are you talking about? No, but I mean,
right,
so I think
you,
both sides sort of. Now, listen, it doesn't give you carte blanche to be rude.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know. He didn't, in this particular post, he didn't indicate anything about them being rude.
I also think, anyone with kids where this is happening, they know, and you just got to hope that they're going to get it. To say, you need to clean up every last thing. Who says she wasn't going to,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can't wait until they're off the plane to find out that they didn't.
Oh, you follow them home.
I mean,
I think I was going to follow you, did you?
I don't side with the lady whatsoever. And Kayla, she's calling in she was standing there listening to every single bit of the conversation. And
there's a flight attendant at the front door.
Yeah, and she wasn't there, so she doesn't know. And I'm just looking at the mess there, and you just clean up after your kids. I'm sorry that you're pregnant and that you have two kids with you, but
right.
I
agree. You almost sounded like Joker a little bit with the first one.
You want to know why there's popcorn on the floor? Because it hasn't been trained properly.
Let me go.
And he carved a smile in my face.
Let me go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you guys?
Good morning, Ed, buddy. What's going on?
All right, so I have 4 of those little things that tend to follow me around everywhere.
Yeah, right. Damn things.
So by like kid 2 or 3, you kind of, like Nick said, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like you want this to happen, but this is going to happen.
Yes.
There's no avoiding it. So we always just kind of plan ahead. When we sit at a restaurant, I'll get a couple napkins, unfold them, and put them on the sides of the high chair. And we have like, for when we fly and everything, we have traveled like little mats.
Oh, we're losing you.
Travel.
On there, you just bundle it up,
Little
and
mats.
dump it out in the trash can, and move along.
So yeah,
you should be prepared for the mess. Yeah,
I
agree.
flew, Jeff. I flew. In fact, was it flying back from
Florida?
Florida. There was a mother and a kid next. This kid was like, mother. Like
oh yeah,
like a more traveled.
I was sitting in front of you,
right?
Yes.
This kid. You heard me. I kept saying, "What is this a dwarf?
It was
This kid is better traveling than adults."
If you're traveling
Thanks,
with a child or a toddler, inherently, my heart goes out to you because it's a chore, right? And there's also that part of me that, like, when I'm on the plane and I hear the baby crying, it's annoying. Like, if I want to go to sleep, I get the fact that, like, it's going to get under people's skins, but as a parent, there's very little you can do to control that. Your heart has to go out to the parents.
Shell was a pro at traveling with our kids when they were babies.
She was such a pro.
She had a system.
She would help out other parents on the plane. Your wife would come on the plane with treats for other kids.
She didn't want me to fly with them because I would mess up the system.
Yes.
Yeah, I kid you not. She
It's
preferred
stressful.
it when we
I don't
flew
want you
separately.
there.
Yeah.
You don't know how to treat them. Preston, this makes me think of this hilarious. I think it's the pilot episode of Modern Family. Cam and Mitch, the gay couple have adopted a kid. They're getting on the plane. They don't know how to travel with the kid, and so they and so they're I think it's Cam is feeding the baby some treats, and so somebody walking by goes, look at the baby with the cream puffs, and so I forget which one is Cam and which one is Matt, but the one is the lawyer. Gets like, oh. A gay couple with
cream puffs,
and he's feeding him cream puffs, and then I think Cam gets up and goes, "We'd like to pay for beverages for everyone."
All right, so here's a different side of this conversation that somebody texted in about. So this says, my husband gets peanuts at the Phillies games and drops all the shells on the ground under his seat. It bothers me so much, but he acts like it's no big deal.
You know what? So here's the deal.
I'm a
You
hypocrite.
actually raised a
That's
good
what
question.
you do there.
Yeah.
Like, you remember the ground rounds?
Of course.
That was part of their thing?
That was their thing. You could throw peanuts on the ground, the shells. It was no big deal. It's expected.
I went to a urologist who had the same policy.
Wow.
That was the same policy, a medical waste. No, but so that at a ball game,
Peanuts,
do you collect up your peanut shells?
and sunflower seeds. People spit them out.
How do they
know.
clean up the seats? Because I've never
Isn't
actually
it the-
stuck around to see how all that stuff is done.
A leaf blower, right?
Is it a leaf blower?
Don't they come through and like literally blow down the sections?
Yeah.
Would you guys hold on to the shells and put it in a cup or whatever?
No,
or
no.
right on the floor.
I do the ground thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
because it's
Total
it's what
hypocrite.
everybody does.
So you just like when talked about this woman, she has to clean up.
Well,
How
that's
you're tossing peanut shells at your feet.
But
I
it's
wouldn't
at
do
a
it on a
ball.
plane.
It's at a ballpark.
Yeah.
where it's kind of
still.
Now,
I would put it in
listen,
a cup, Kathy.
Hang on, I wouldn't leave my empty beer cups and other trash.
Stool.
But I'm facing my hypocrisy here. But peanut shells, they go right on the ground.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
They're biodegradable.
They're biodegradable.
Yes, you're outside.
It's good for the environment. We're making compost over here.
Yeah.
I do keep it in my area. Like I will try not to do it to the row in front of me.
I'll tell you the delineation. If you're eating peanuts or popcorn in a theater, you're not going to.
No.
You're not going to do that.
Yep.
Because that's indoors. This is an outdoor park. I can understand the gray area there. I probably would still, put the shells in a cup or something, or on the person in front of me's head.
Yeah. So I was a busboy. I was a waiter, and I also cleaned the cafeteria at college. Right. So after lunch and dinner, I would clean the cafeteria, and that one pissed me off because when you go get your food, you get it on a tray. And when you're done with your meal, you take the tray and you put it right. There were racks for you to put your trays, and nobody would ever do that. So This is not me bitching about that, but it gave me more of an appreciation. So I tend to clean up after myself. Like if I go out to eat with, whether I'm with the children or not, I will, when I'm done, kind of like stack and put everything
it on the
together
tray.
And, yeah,
put it on the tray and bring the tray back up. That's what you do.
We try to make it as efficient for the server or busboy as we possibly can. It's just something we've always done. I mean, Rochelle was a server. I worked in a restaurant. I was in the kitchen. So
you're pre-bussing.
We kind of pre-bus the table. I don't fully do the wipe down or anything like that.
But you'll refinish it.
Collect everything. Yeah, we'll put a little lacquer on it.
I sand it down.
Stain.
You got to sand it down first.
Yes.
Right.
Then you got to clean up.
Yeah. Hang on. I want to go to Steph, who is a server. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah. What's up, Steph?
So I'm a server. One, I want to agree with Casey. That girl has no idea what went on that flight. She was not there.
All right. Okay.
Second, I watch people all the time come home with kids. 1, 2, 3 kids. Sometimes it's just 1 and 2 parents, but the kid will outnumber them no matter what. Mess everywhere. I see them start to clean up. I'll usually stop them because they made the attempt. Just making the attempt made me happy.
Okay.
In fact, I like when they just wipe it right on the floor. It's so much easier just to sweep it up. I'm okay with that. But at least try. At least try.
So what we said earlier, and I think that's it. Just that effort alone for you, and you deal with this all the time, makes all the difference in the world.
That's right. Never
All right.
be presumptuous. Thank you.
All right. There we go. See, from a professional.
Hang on here. Pat has a comment. Hi, Pat. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning, Ed, man. What's up?
I just wanted to say, Eric, I'm probably going to talk crap about them behind their back, but I'm probably just going to grab a vacuum and clean it up before I go tell a pregnant woman to get on the floor and clean it up.
So Pat, you're the passenger who's supposed to get onto the next plane, right? And your flight's at 1:30, and you got to wait for the flight attendants to clean up after all the kids that are on the plane. Like you can't board the plane until the flight attendants clean everything up. So what you're saying here now is all right, well, there's 150 people on the plane. Everybody can make a mess, and the flight attendant's got to clean it up.
I mean, I could probably, with a little dustbuster, clean up my popcorn in about 10 seconds.
No, so what? They come in, they're ready to go, and they can clean it up. However, just would it be too much to make an effort, Pat? I think that's what people are saying. Is that
not at all? Not at all. But I'm just saying, rather than end it up on the news, just grab a dustbuster.
You got to understand, there's literally nothing else going on in the world than this.
That's the thing.
And that's why it cut
Very
through.
much, Marissa. Just added something to our lineup. A couple of things, actually. So a little later on this morning, around 9 o'clock, we're going to have Eve Plumb on, who knows Jem Brady. Shortly after that, we're going to have this gentleman, Nick Greenawalt, who's making a killing by putting advertisements on his toilet.
Yeah, using technology.
He's trying to make $1 million on it. So we'll talk to him.
Do it.
He's not far off.
He's going to be in our studio this morning. And then I just got word our buddy Dave Uosikkinen of the Hooters is going to be checking in because this really cool thing happened with him and Dave Grohl over the weekend. Dave was texting me about it this weekend.
It's very nice.
And so he's going to pop on and tell us a story. And one more to add. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the phone live right now, Ann Gorski.
Hey.
For Ann.
Hey,
May the
what?
Gorski with you.
How you guys doing?
We're great. How are you on this most beautiful of days?
I am doing great, thank you. I am doing great. We are having a big celebration over here, me and my daughter and dogs, and it is the best day ever.
You're just tearing it up. Listen, should we go through the genesis of how we arrived at Angorski Day?
We certainly could do that.
Yeah, it all began with, Andy, do you know where everything began?
Yeah, so a whole 6 years ago now, I am now 46 years old, but for my 40th birthday, or I will be, for my 40th birthday, my dear sister, Dee Heward, had sent out birthday cards to a whole bunch of family and friends.
Right.
I love a good party, and we could not do a party because of COVID. It was the beginning of the pandemic, and so I got all these birthday cards flooded in throughout the month of May, and my birthday is in June 30th, and at the end of July, the middle of July, you guys started talking about me for some reason, and I'm like, what is happening here? And my sister had sent you guys birthday cards to sign and send back to me, and that's beginning of
Well, what
where we
happened
are.
was I got the card and I put it in my briefcase and it got lost in my stuff
for a while,
for a long time. And I found it and I was like, oh my God, they asked for the simple request and I effed it up. And so I went on the air.
Right.
And I gave this heartfelt apology for not doing this for Ann Gorski. And that was that on May 4th? Was that the day that I did that, or?
So how that came about, I believe the stamps or something that my
postmark.
sister had sent out was postmarked. Yep, on May 4th.
Okay.
And you guys just took it and ran with it
All
on
right.
my birthday, and I'm not mad about it.
It is officially Ann Gorski Day on May the 4th.
Yep.
And
It's
is it
Ann Gorski Day.
perfect? And it stayed that way for 6 years.
Yep.
Amazing.
It has.
All
Thank
right.
you.
That's beautiful.
I was just going to say, I got to give a shout out to a new friend of mine. I had gone to a new doctor's office, and he was asking if he saw me before. He knew my name, and I was like, oh, no, never been here before. And I asked if he listened to Preston and Steve, and he does. So I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Archit Nayak with Phoenixville Hospital.
Oh,
right.
Well, here's the shout out
Wait
for
a
him.
second, wait.
Wow. That's so funny. I know that name. How do I know that name?
It was
So
great.
a classic screw up ends up becoming show lore. Yeah, very
Yes,
cool.
Exactly.
And you get to have essentially two birthdays a year.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Well,
And
we're-
that's just the bottom line. I love birthdays, and I'm the best person for this to happen to.
May the Gorsk be with you.
yeah, may the Gorski with you.
May the Gorski with you.
All right, Ann. Thank you so much. And enjoy your day, okay?
I will. Thank you so much.
All right.
I remember how livid you were when you realized that this card was sitting in your bag.
Yeah, because she
People
had
had taken the time.
They had asked for us to sign it and send it back. I'm like, yeah, no problem. We can do that. That's easy. And sure enough, I forgot. I was like, oh, man, they're going to think total dick. You just ignored them. But it turned into a beautiful thing.
Yes.
We have Origins with all of those sound clips posted on PrestonandSteve.com.
Oh, we do?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, may the Gorski with you here on this May the 4th be with you day as well. And enjoy. But I'm glad Ann called in. It was really cool.
Yes.
And by the way, Ann, every time I see her, she's like, hey, Preston. Oh, hey, how are you? You know, me and
Yes.
faces. And she's like, I'm Ann Gorski. I'm like, oh, my God.
You are.
Just to remind me every single time. So you guys saw over the weekend Spirit Airlines shut down.
Yes.
Yeah, Saturday. And that leaves thousands of passengers stranded after all the flights were canceled.
Yeah, so I knew that this was a possibility for a little while now because we flew home from Detroit last Sunday via Spirit Airlines, and it was
Get to sit outside.
we did not have to sit outside, but this has been this has been rumbling for a little while.
They've been
there.
having financial problems for a while.
And so, I mean, even when we were driving out to Michigan, because we drove out to Michigan to leave a car for my daughter who finished up school so she can drive home, and then we flew home, we were like, we had to keep our eye on it because
Right.
we knew that there was a very, good possibility that we would have to find another flight home or rent a car or something to come home. But thank God we missed this by 5 days.
I'm surprised that there have been rumblings. I didn't hear about it. And Preston read a story just a couple of weeks ago.
There was Spirit Airline was named #1 for favorite airline from this poll that we had read. I remember that. Yeah, we had some people calling in.
That they were talking about how economical it was. And they had nothing but, because I had heard, a number of people had been complaining about it. And they were there to set the record straight and said, no, they were having good experiences. And here we go.
That's too bad, man. So, people have gotten screwed over. And they're, in a statement on social media, Spirit shared that they would be able to help rebook passengers on other airlines, but offered refunds for those who bought tickets on their website with a credit card or debit card. Fortunately, other airlines are stepping up to help them out. So I have a list of some of the airlines and what they are doing to help out.
This is good that you have at least some chance of making good with this.
American Airlines, they reduced fares on routes that overlap with Spirit Airlines, and they're looking to add more rescue flights as well. They said on the website, we immediately put rescue fares into place on Spirit routes where American also offers nonstop service. American serves 70 of the 72 airports that Spirit presently serves and 67 of the specific routes Spirit currently operates. They said we're also reviewing opportunities to add additional capacity, including utilizing larger aircraft and adding flights on critical routes to support the many affected passengers as possible.
They're also saying, Preston, they're employing the bus stop protocol, which is if you go and wait with a number of people on the tarmac and they can take you, you can get on board.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Delta, they are selling reduced fares, rescue fares for 5 days in U.S. markets where Spirit operated and on Latin American routes where the two airlines competed. Frontier Airlines said after competing with Spirit on more than 100 routes, the airline is offering up to 50% off base fares.
Nice.
Across its network on select flights purchased by May 10th, by the way. You have to use a promo code, which is SAVE NOW. Southwest Airlines capped one-way fares. Capped one-way fares can be purchased at ticket counters with proof of canceled Spirit Airlines tickets through May 6th. And routes where Southwest competed with Spirit as well. United is capping one-way fares on routes where they competed with Spirit Airlines, and if customers can provide a confirmation number from Spirit, proof of their flight, and all that stuff. So there's a few things, there's a few options that you have.
My question, are they going to perhaps sell off the fleet, and can we get an airliner at a discounted price?
Right. That'd be pretty cool if we could do that. Yeah, get a Preston and Steve plane.
Fly down to spring training in our own jet.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was kind of wondering that. Like, what? A, how many planes do they have? B, what are they going to do with them? Like,
they'll probably be absorbed by other airlines.
Yeah.
And think.
Where are they right now? They're just kind of like hanging out in tarmacs all across the country?
That's a great question. Are they just wherever their last flight was? There's a couple that have other airlines that have turned into other airlines. Does that make sense? Like when a Spirit folds, somebody else buys their fleet.
And an Angel gets its wings.
Ryan?
So what's interesting about this, a couple months ago, I think it was JetBlue and Spirit, there was rumors that they were trying to merge, but the U.S. government shut it down. And to answer the questions about the planes, I think wherever they are right now is where they are staying. They grounded operations over the weekend at like 3 a.m., it's a wild thing to see.
It's been reported, I don't know if this is the case, but that they would then become available for other airlines to purchase.
Oh, absolutely. They do. You know, pending inspections and all that good stuff. But they're regularly maintained, and I think JetBlue is going to be the big one to really benefit from all this.
I saw a sweet video from Southwest who posted that they celebrated a Spirit airline pilot's final ride that never took off.
Yeah.
He was retiring. Next ride was going to be his final flight. And so at least they celebrated him coming off.
Yeah. That was cool that they did that for him. But for anybody who had, important plans, this really sucks.
Absolutely.
I can't say that I've ever been. I haven't had anything like this happen. Not where
where the airline goes away.
Not where an airline goes away, but where I've just been stuck.
Yeah, I've had flights just cancel.
Yeah.
And they just here's your refund. Without us, I know that's so crummy because you're planning your whole time around the timing of the flight landing and everything else is coming along. But you're saying all of these other airlines sticking out. Like, what just stops somebody from getting cheap flights now? It's not necessarily going to somebody who had a Spirit booked.
Well, no, I said in here you need like confirmation codes and things like that.
On all of them?
Most of them, I guess. But let me see. There was one in American said that their reduced fares on routes that overlap with Spirit Airlines. So maybe not all of them, but some of them are looking for specific
The Southwest, you
proof.
said you had to go to the gate like with your proof of purchase.
You got to go to the counter with a proof of a canceled Spirit airline ticket. Yeah, so.
I mean, ultimately, that's the main concern is that people who actually had flights booked that they'd paid for that they're not getting a chance to access.
But I'm sure, Marissa, there are people jumping and trying to find out where they can get a cheap flight because of this, if there is a case like that.
People who rely on these kind of quasi puddle jumpers for business and going back and forth a lot.
Right.
It's got to be a nightmare juggling all this crap.
I remember asking this before. Like, how much does an airline make per flight? You know what I mean? Like, after all the overhead, after all the whether
fuel
it be a
and
meal, fuel,
what they have to pay the employees, all that stuff. Yeah.
Right. So it says airlines make a slim profit per passenger, about $6.40 to $7.90 per person.
$6.40.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So a single 10-hour long flight might generate a profit of nearly $40,000.
Okay.
That doesn't seem right.
I don't know. What do you mean? The numbers don't add up, or what?
Well, I don't know. Let's say, all right, so like a 10-hour flight, that's going to be, like 200 passengers or something like that.
Or maybe if they can get 20,000 passengers on board.
Yep.
If they could do that.
That's how you do it.
We got to increase our numbers.
You get something the size of the Xfinity Mobile Arena in the air.
Yeah, and just put wings on it.
That'll work.
Do a little bit of math.
No, but there's so obviously people are having some issues right now, and if you were booked on Spirit or if you're a regular flyer of that sucks.
We always hear things, and it's something that I never retain, but there are apparently things that by law airlines have to do to accommodate you when you are put out because of a canceled flight.
Yes.
And because for example, hotel accommodations, they have to be the ones actively looking to book you on another flight. And I never remember what the rules are. And I have a feeling that, you get taken advantage of.
There are weather issues and there are mechanical issues, and you're afforded certain liberties depending on what it is.
And it's all dependent on your airliner as well. I remember one time I got stuck in Montana trying to get home because they forgot to board pilots on the plane. That's a classic one.
Yeah.
And some gate agent told everybody on our flight, we got finally to Minneapolis, and said, we'll get hotels for everybody. And my friend who's a pilot for this airline where it happened at said, they shouldn't have done that because technically that's not within our rights, but they had to get everybody hotel rooms because of it.
I would think that that'd be, if you wanted to have a good reputation as an airline, doing things like that would go a long way.
Yeah.
I saw a documentary where Godzilla was walking through an airport.
That's not a documentary.
Oh, all right. I was just wondering what they would do in that case.
Wait, Godzilla was walking through an airport?
Yeah, and then what is the airline responsible for?
Yeah. There's been a lot going on with planes lately. There was a series of stories that came out of incidents that have been taking place. Somebody trying to open up the door mid-flight.
How about that?
There's been more of that. And then there was a woman the other day who was on her phone.
Refused to get off her phone.
Yeah.
And everyone, the passengers were going nuts. And finally, the captain of the flight came out and had her arrested and removed from the flight.
Wow.
I mean, and it's like, you son of a bitch. The delay, the inconsiderate.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all of that stuff. But it's every time, and we're constantly scouring news sites and the amount of stories you see. And I don't think it's simply a case of now there's just more people reporting on it. I think it's more people being less respectful of other people's rights while flying.
All right. So I'm going to ask this question, and I'm not asking this question because I'm not looking for excuses for this woman.
It turns out it wasn't a documentary.
No. But why was she on the phone, and why wouldn't she get off? Like my immediate thought is like, okay, maybe she has a fear of flying, and whoever she's on the phone with is like talking her off the ledge type of thing. Or she just,
I don't know.
I would imagine that if it were a case like that, that maybe they would give you some latitude if you were clear on what was going on.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Because they don't want scared passengers on board. But listen, I've been on flights, and I remember years ago, this woman, I just want to punch her in the face. She did several things that pissed me off. And I told this story ages ago. She got up and moved my bag.
Oh,
She didn't like where it was.
No.
And but before that, she was on her phone having a very loud conversation and just being inconsiderate of the others that were around her, and was probably reveling in that fact that she was airing her dirty laundry for everyone to hear. But it was the same person.
Put on a show.
And I just think there are just people who are just, piss you off. And so I don't know the scenario of this woman, but I've seen somebody be loud on the phone obnoxiously.
Have you ever seen someone yanked off a flight?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Have you?
Yes.
What happened?
I think the person I frankly think they were mentally unstable. And so whatever switch flicked at that moment, but they took them off. And I don't think the person was completely responsible for how they were reacting, but they had to be taken off the flight.
Okay.
I just, I have an issue with people who think that everybody's living in their world, right? And
what do they call that syndrome?
Main character syndrome.
Main character syndrome, where you think everyone else is supporting players in your life.
Yeah, I mean, like, we have to understand that there's,
Godzilla.
There possibly is a Godzilla. And honestly, if there was, wouldn't we all work together?
If we would benefit, if we would work together.
Right?
Thank you.
Simple as that.
Yeah, but it is. My dad used to call it "Hooray for me" and "F you."
Mm-hmm.
It was that people adopt this.
Oh man,
"Hooray for me" and "F you" is the worst.
I ran into this guy in traffic. I was on my way to Parks on Saturday afternoon, and this dude, I'm not even going to say what kind of car he was driving, but he was in a white sedan, and he was just every single stoplight. He was in a race, and he was weaving in and out of traffic, and it just brought me so much joy to catch him at every single light.
Oh, yeah.
Every single light. I'm like, hey, we're still here, buddy.
Yeah.
You know?
Little victories.
Why does that piss? It pissed me off this morning. There was a guy who was just absurdly dangerous, weaving in and out. Now, my car is, I did the dumb thing by making myself dangerous as well by doing what I was doing. But I'm like, so he looks in his rearview mirror after thinking he's won the Indy 500, and my car's right behind him again. It's like, how did that happen?
Yeah, I didn't even have to do that, and that was the greatest part. It couldn't have been no less than 6 straight red lights I caught him at, and I was just going the speed limit. I was like, oh.
I had a weird one happen the other day. I was driving in an area that is a street that had driveways, a residence along this road, this main road. Speed limit is 35. So when I am driving on an area where there are driveways that come out, I will go the speed limit because there are people that live there.
You don't know.
And if you had people flying at 40, 50 miles an hour by your driveway, you wouldn't like it. So I'm driving through this area, and out of nowhere, I had glanced in my rearview mirror shortly before, and there was nobody behind me. And then a moment, I look back up, and there's a car right on my ass.
Yeah.
I don't know where it came from. He had to have been flying. Anyhow, he gets up on me. He's riding my ass. He's a younger guy.
Yeah.
In a car that was dropped low to the ground and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to speed up. I'm going to do the speed limit. And I eventually come up to a stoplight, and I guess he saw me looking in my rearview window, and he holds up his camera and takes a picture of my car.
Okay.
And I'm just like, what is that all about? And for a moment, I considered getting out of my car.
I know.
And I had a better judgment moment that said, there's no need to do this.
And it was the better
You will never
judgment.
see this idiot again, probably for the rest of your life.
And you don't know what he's got in the car there.
I would have kicked his ass.
Yeah.
But
if he had a gun, you wouldn't have.
Yeah, I know. But I just felt like I wanted to have a conversation.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Hey, let's
here?
have a conversation.
Why are you doing this? I'm not going slow to be a jerk to you. I'm trying to be considerate of the people that live here and have to deal with people who fly through here all the time.
It just amazes me though that but the same mindset where you're on a flight with everyone's on the
There's
same.
200 people on this plane that
you're
all
on the same deal.
We all want to head to the same place, and we all want to get there at the same time. And if you just get off your freaking phone,
for 2 seconds,
we're going to get there.
Yeah,
we're going to get there.
By the way, Casey, concerning the white sedan, somebody said it's okay, Casey. We all know it's a Nissan Altima.
It wasn't. It was
Okay.
it was a Toyota Camry.
Oh my God. But that some people's behavior, like being on a plane, like driving like a jerk. I mean, I don't understand it. I would like to know, percentage-wise, how many. You know what I mean? How many people are actually like that,
or willing to admit it? Are you the perpetual?
Or do you know
I
it?
think the vast majority are not. But the anomalies stand out because they're so atypical, or they should be so atypical.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hell.
There's that Reddit thread. Am I the a-hole?
Yeah.
I doubt any of them are that post on that are about driving like a jerk.
What pisses me off is also sometimes it allows my baser instincts to surface, and I hate that. I hate responding poorly.
Yeah.
Like when you get to the point where you say, I'm going to get out of the car, it's like, it makes you feel bad. Like, wow, how quickly I got there.
You know what pissed me off is when we were driving up to the Cardboard Classic, Chuck was driving with me, and I was driving. We were going up the Northeast Extension, and I'm not a speeder, right? But like, if the speed limit is 65, I'll go like 75. If it's 70, I'll go 79. I don't really like going.
Was he doing that Chuck thing where he hangs out the car with his paintball gun, shooting other cars?
No. But like, so I'm driving in the left lane and I'm going at the pace of traffic, right?
Yeah.
And I also drive in a way where I'm like, I'm not going to drive right up on the person's ass behind me, right? But I do follow, and I was, I believe I was in cruise control, so the car sort of dictates the amount of room in between me and the car in front of me, right? So I'm going at the pace of traffic, and the dude behind me is up my ass, right? And I just make notice of it. I'm like, this guy, I'm not freaking out. I don't even have a tone about me. I just kind of mentioned that this dude is on my ass and that I'm going at the rate of traffic. And Chuck acted as if I was freaking out. He's like, I don't know why that bothers you so much. I was like, well,
you
now,
mentioned this a couple times.
but now I'm pissed off. I'm like, I'm not freaking out.
Dude.
I'm like, this dude's
Right, he's
Casey.
mentioned this. Yeah.
I have a moment that happened that's similar to that. It was me and Rochelle. We were at a parking garage. We're trying to leave this parking garage. We took the train up to New York this weekend, and I'm ready to I want to get home. I want to see the Flyers game.
Yeah.
And so I get behind a line of cars. Everybody got off the train at the same time, so everybody's rushing to leave and get their cars. And so I get behind, and I'm 2 people away from paying for our parking. And the people that were in front of us had an issue with their credit card or trying to pay on the way out. And I'm seeing the lane next to us just zipping right by. People just going, boom, boom. I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, what's going on? I started saying that type of thing. Let's go. And then I see, so everyone pulls through in the lane next to us. So I back up no, there was one car pulled up into the lane next to us. So I back up, I go over to the next lane. I get behind that car. They started having a problem with their credit card. And I'm like, oh, are you effing serious? I said that. And Rochelle gives me calm down. It's okay. We're not in a hurry. And Casey, I just turned to her and I go, can you just let me? Can you just let me?
Yeah.
I want to be paid. That's all that I said. But in my mind, I'm like, I'm pissed off. I want to be pissed off right now. I would like to be angry. Allow me to be angry. And I felt bad about saying that to her. I didn't yell at her, but I'm like, can you just let me?
Yeah.
Can you?
Can you, honey?
Wendy? Honey?
Light of my life. But I mean, she's right.
I know. She was trying to help me.
And she's trying to help you get to a better place. It is.
Yeah. And like sometimes just like let me be frustrated and you telling me not to be frustrated. It's the equivalent of you telling her to calm down.
Oh, yeah. If you wanted to get back at Chuck, withhold sex.
I will.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No, but Chuck goes, hey, I just always like to pretend that whoever is, riding my ass has diarrhea, right? Oh. So then.
That's great.
Now, we're still driving, and I'm like, this guy behind me has diarrhea, and he does it again.
What about the guy in front of me?
Why does this piss you off so much? And I'm like, I just used your thing. You said diarrhea. I said diarrhea.
If somebody had diarrhea and they were behind you, they'd be flashing their lights.
Yeah.
They'd be saying, hey, waving their hand like, I need to go.
If it's that bad, pull over and take a dump.
Yeah. So anyway.
There's actually something that was said on this show that calms me down when I'm driving. And it was Casey, I think it was you saying that a lot of people who drive and have vehicles given to them from work, like have to have a buffer, a space in front of their car. Because, oh my God, the amount of people on the road that are in their first, what did I call it? First person syndrome, whatever the hell.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do you realize that there's a big gap in front of you? And if you just pull up 10 feet, then I can go in that turning lane.
Yeah.
But you're blocking the turning lane right now or the driveway.
A lot of them have sensors on the car and will have GPS monitoring. Their speed will be monitored remotely, and it can impact their jobs. And a lot of them will have bumper stickers or notification on the vehicle letting you know that that's the case.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Parker's a delivery driver.
Same thing, right?
And absolutely, they monitor every bit of, if you run stop signs or don't fully stop, then you get marked up.
Has he ever been dinged for anything?
Nothing.
Because he seems
big.
like a pretty safe.
Yeah, he follows the rules.
I wonder I wonder how many, in fact, if you've ever had in your business, you have one of these things and you've been dinged for speeding or whatever, let us know.
Yeah. All right, well, listen, we do have to take a break, though, and I know we're getting all hot and bothered.
I'm getting hot and bothered.
And angry.
I have diarrhea!
We got somebody who's on and hot and bothered for another reason. Is this Shayna, by the way?
Yes, it is.
Oh, my God, Shayna, tell everybody why you're so excited.
I'm so excited because I just won $1,000. Yeah!
That's how we do it. It's called No Sad Dough. Where are you from, Shayna?
West Effort, New Jersey.
All right.
That's awesome.
Are you, where are you today? You at work or you're at home this morning?
Yes, I'm at work.
Oh, and you don't
Screaming.
care. You don't care. Making all the noise you can. I love that. Wonderful. What do you do, Shayna?
I work for a environmental drilling firm.
Oh, wow.
In Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
You know
Called
what?
EnviroPro.
Buy yourself a drill.
Yeah, buy a drill. Drill's on you. Well, we are very excited. Thank you so much for listening to us, Shayna, and we are very, very happy to give you $1,000 in cash. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, we love you. There you go, Shayna. Winner, courtesy of our friends at Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Your next chance to win is coming up in about an hour and 9 minutes as we will have another No Sad Dough. Let's make you that excited. All right, friends? We're going to take a break. When we get back, Eve Plumb will be joining us and a guy who advertises on his toilet seat.
Yes.
So you will be amazed. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
News not because of the flight attendant, but because of the privileged
celebrity.
baseball player.
He's a baseball player.
Yeah.
All right. Well, interesting. All right, Pat. Thanks for your 2 cents. Let me see. I will go to. Hang on a second. Peter. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Peter.
No, first of all, as Pierre would say, this could have been avoided. To Nick's point, it's going to happen. Parents, though, can be a little bit responsible, but giving a kid a toddler popcorn is like giving them a glitter bomb. It's going to end up everywhere. And in a public location, come on, man, a little foresight.
Are you talking about on the airlines side?
Yes, sir. No, yes, I am.
Because the airline gave him the popcorn.
Yeah.
No.
So something that's more containable as a treat or to keep the kid occupied, anything other than popcorn.
Well, my understanding is they usually hand out to the kids, they'll hand out gravy boats.
Oh, okay. Well, no, and listen, any snack item you're going to give to a kid is like that. We're talking about Cheerios. We're talking about, pretzels and things like that. So it's going to make a mess, no matter what. I mean, here, we keep calling these kids it. All right. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not trained.
It. It's angry.
That sounded horrible. Oh, my God. I will.
You spilled it all over the floor.
I have Mike. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Mike?
How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
A bunch of years ago, when my son was a lot younger, we were shopping at Acme, and he accidentally knocked over a display and knocked over a bunch of stuff. So he looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, you know what you need to do right now, right? He said, clean it up. I said, that's my boy.
There you go.
He started cleaning it up. No muss, no fuss. Next thing I know, a woman comes around the corner, sees what's going on, and chastises me because my son's cleaning up his own mess. And she started to clean it up for him.
Wait, this was a customer, a fellow customer?
Yeah, just some random person.
Was it a woman? Does a woman just butted into your thing?
What's that?
A woman just started criticizing you out of the blue? Was that who came around the corner?
I think we lost him. Yeah, it was a fellow customer.
Yeah.
Who said that? I'd mind your own goddamn business.
Oh my punch her right in the face.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. I was furious. I looked at her. I said, he's my son. Nobody's upset. I'm not yelling. He's simply cleaning up his mess as if he was home.
No, that's your business. You told him to do the right thing. If somebody knocks over a display, you're supposed to at least again make the effort and try to do that.
Yeah.
You were right.
Exactly.
She was wrong.
And I looked at my son. I was like, thank you for being more mature than that person was.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mike, I hope you follow
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, get your nose out of this guy's business.
Listen, Preston, have you ever? I've seen adults knock stuff over and walk away. Not even kids.
Yeah.
The other day, so I'm in Acme, and if anyone in Acme has wonderful chocolate chip cookies, and then they have these smaller versions now that are perfect to have with tea. So there's in one of those plastic containers, where all four parts of the corners have to the little dimples have to lock for it to hold. So I'm walking around, and of course I have a little bit too much in my hands, and it falls on the floor. And I'm like, so what? This is how I did it. And you can tell me whether I'm wrong or not. I collected up everything. I put it back into the container. I took the bar code off of it and went up and checked out too, because I dropped one of their things they were attempting to sell and made it unsellable. And so that's how I did it. I've seen adults.
They didn't make you pay for it, I'm sure, right?
I paid for it at the self-checkout just for the hell. I felt bad that I ruined a product. I know that might be a bridge too far for some people, but cleaning it up was the thing as well.
Right.
And man, those cookies were rolling all over the place.
I broke a bottle. I was at a liquor store, and I went back into the cooler because they had beer there too, and I had a bottle of gin, and I dropped. Or no, I went outside. Actually, I went outside. I had just bought it, and I dropped it. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me! I broke this full bottle, and I brought it back in. I'm like,
look what your bottle did.
They said as long as the seal wasn't broken, that I could get a replacement.
Oh, nice.
So it was. They.
That's pretty nice.
They have that in place.
Did you pick up the pieces of glass or whatever? Or?
I couldn't. I mean, I told them that I made a mess, and of course they were gonna. I can't go picking up glass. I don't have a broom or the dustbin.
What I can do is give you a free commercial on the radio show.
Hang on a second. Hold on now. Chris is a flight attendant. Hi.
All right.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, Chris?
So I'm a flight attendant, and kids come on all the time and make a mess. So do adults. But I would never have them clean up the mess. I mean, we talk about them afterwards and say what slobs they are and love to see what their house looks like. But we never get them on their knees or even ask them to clean it up. We just talk about them afterwards.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So
do you think this flight attendant was out of line to say? And I don't know how they said it. I don't know if they said, "Oh, ma'am, could you please? Your kid made it made a terrible mess here. Can you clean it up?"
Goodness, I would never have even adjusted. I just talk about it and afterwards.
Well, let me ask you, Chris, what is the one thing that passengers can do that are guaranteed to make the flight attendants talk about you? What do flight attendants hate the most?
Oh gosh, taking their shoes off, constantly getting up and down or leaving the overheads open.
Okay.
And leaving a mess. I actually had an adult that went and he came on and he ripped up, he was mad, and he ripped up the entire safety demo card. And I saw him doing something, and I thought he might have been doing that. And I thought, I'll just clean up his mess later. And he was just angry about his seat and everything. And as he was deplaning, he threw it all up as confetti, and it went everywhere in the aisle.
My God.
What an idiot. Hey.
So it's not just kids.
And he did this just because he wanted to, or he thinks that the safety features are a joke, or we have no idea?
He's annoyed about his seating.
He's annoyed about his seating. Okay.
So you tear up the safety card.
But wait a minute, the shoes thing? Come on, man. I have like little slip-on shoes. In fact, I just took them off. I just took them off right now.
I don't care what people think.
The planes are cleaned, they're not really cleaned well. And, when you get to a city and you have a quick turn, you're lucky that we get all the trash out of the seat pockets before we have to board everybody.
Right.
Also, they're adults. They can keep their shoes on, Chris.
Oh, no. No, they're not.
No, I mean, honestly, you, Kathy, Chris, whoever, you guys can think and say whatever the freak you want. I don't care.
As long
My
as
shoes are coming off.
long as your feet don't smell.
Yeah.
So what?
Do you know, though? Are you nose blind?
I am not nose blind.
No,
Kathy.
I'm taking my shoes off. I don't give a crap.
Mine are off right
Well,
now.
Chris is a professional, says to keep your stinky feet in your shoes.
I'm with you, Chris.
Tough crap.
I
I'm
don't
taking
have
them
stinky
off.
feet.
Yeah.
All right.
Come down with ice on, spray your feet.
Yes, spray your feet with Axe body spray.
You don't even use soap
That
to
would
wash
be
your
worse.
You don't even use soap to wash your feet. Don't say they're clean.
There is soap that travels all down my body that eventually ends up on my feet. My feet are squeaky.
Chris, Preston does it. Kathy says Preston doesn't wash his feet.
He doesn't.
Can you imagine that?
He lets the soap run down his legs.
It just runs down his legs.
She knows.
Exactly. I think though they also give you the little slippers so you can put them on, right?
No, I don't want slippers on. I want my
Who gives you
socks.
slippers?
Well, you're just in your socks. You're not your bare feet. Then you're fine.
Exactly. Yes. I don't take my socks off. I'm not an animal.
Casey
Come on,
probably
man.
does.
Casey, do you take your socks off?
No, and I resent you for saying that, Kevin.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chris.
They should give you slippers, though, right? Like as long as we're tossing stuff out there.
Excuse me. It just took its socks off.
I don't know. Slippers?
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Do
you guys ever wear them?
I did once.
Yeah.
I hated them.
What, on the plane or at home?
No. At home, around the house.
This slipper season. Hell yeah.
Right now?
We're coming out of.
Yeah, we're coming out of slipper season.
Yeah,
No.
We're in flip-flop season now.
I never wear.
Casey, I can't believe he just asked who wears slippers.
I wear
Casey,
slippers.
Casey and I wear the same UGG slippers. If you don't wear slippers, you have to get these and you'll wear slippers.
Okay. I do like slippers.
Yeah.
I will wear
I'll
the
try them out.
sneakers or whatever my footwear was, unless it's like formal stuff.
Yeah.
I'll switch. You don't know if a deer is going to come jumping through that
Thank
window.
you very much, Marissa. A couple of guests joining us, one via Zoom as we speak, and is going to be in our area. She's going to be at in Rehoboth Beach at Browse About Books. And this is going to be June 7th, so you got a little bit of time to make the plans. But she's written a book about her time, and I'm surprised this hasn't happened before.
As am I.
But it's available now, and it is called Happiness Included, Jan Brady and Beyond. Please welcome Eve Plumb to our program today. Hello, Eve.
Hello.
Nice to have you on this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Certainly.
So, Eve, I was surprised that there hasn't been a book written about your life before this. And is this indeed your life story? Is it just this in your Brady experience?
No, it's my life story, and that's what I was really interested in sharing with people is my time in Hollywood before Brady. I had been working for 4 years on TV shows and commercials and stuff like that. I think that may be why they cast me because they could see that I had a resume already at 10 years old. So it's that, and of course the beyond part, like infinity and beyond.
Yeah.
Well,
there's
very,
more to tell.
very happy to hear about that because you had a resume prior to the Brady Bunch on shows like Lassie, Gunsmoke, Family Affair, The Big Valley. Those are all super big hits. And I was reading about snippets of the book, and you kind of had no problem as a child. You hung with your parents, obviously, but interacting with adults sort of came naturally to you. So you were able to pull off these jobs. I think your first acting job or your first commercial was when you were 6 years old?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was a fabric softener commercial, and I had one little line, and it was off to the races after that. I just kept getting more commercials for toys, and then started reading for TV shows and getting those, and it was actually a lot of fun. I got to wear fun costumes. I got to work with trained animals, and work with famous people, even though I was not too certain about who they were. My mom certainly knew who they were. Barbara Stanwyck. All that
legendary Barbara Stanwyck and James Arness and all those. But you, by happenstance, you had a neighbor move into your neighborhood who was like a child agent, and she was the one who suggested you get into this. Correct?
She's the one. She said to my mom, "Would you like to take her on a commercial audition tomorrow?" And my mom was like, "Well, I guess so, sure." And I got the job. And I just kept getting jobs. So I don't know. I was born across the street from Disney Studios. I was baptized in a movie theater. My children's agent moved in next door to us. It was meant to be, one might say. But it's like if I don't know, if I'd worked in a coal mining town, I would have gone to the mines. So.
Right. Thank God it worked out this way.
Yeah.
I guess so, but I'm pretty good with a pickaxe.
Eve, there's so many stories about child actors and things going south and how tough it can be when a kid isn't allowed to be a kid, where they're put straight into work as a child. Was your experience overall pleasant? I mean, everybody has ups and downs in their lives, but to be cast into the working world at such a young age, did it affect you positively, negatively, a little bit of both?
It did affect me positively because I learned how to do a job. I was fortunate in having parents that were pretty grounded. They had both been in the arts. My dad was in the music industry for years. So they sort of knew what to look out for and realized that I needed to have downtime, and they needed to, make sure I was doing okay, and they always did. But I don't think it's wrong to have children have not necessarily a paid job or being put to work, but to have that sense of responsibility and to start to learn what it's like to have a job, because that's going to happen eventually, one would hope.
Yeah. It's interesting reading through snippets of the book as well. I love knowing, and the point is made, that you sort of over the years got this reputation as turning your back on the Brady Bunch thing, and it wasn't really your thing. It's not true.
Somebody pointed that out, that it may have been one episode of Sally Jesse Raphael, where I don't know what happened, but maybe that was why. But everybody continues to say that, no matter how many times I say, no, it's all fine. I've loved the Brady Bunch. I've done all the movies. So I think we should lay that to rest once and for all.
There was only one thing.
Now I'm going to get in trouble for saying I don't like the fact that somebody said I don't like the Brady Bunch.
You can't win. But you just didn't do the variety show, but everything else you were a part of. Yeah. So exactly. That's actually because honestly, the Brady Bunch figures so prominently into so many people's, childhoods as well. Seeing you grow up, I was the middle child, so seeing your deal that it sort of resonated. But I've loved seeing you go on to other things, and we've talked about this for many years. Loved the live version of Grease that they did, and then you were as the shop teacher. How did that come about?
I auditioned for Tommy Kail, who was the director of Hamilton on Broadway. I didn't know it when I met him, thank goodness, because I would have been too nervous. And he is the most wonderful director, so specific about what he wants. And so it was just such a great shoot. And I managed to, in every dress rehearsal, I messed up my lines. I had 2-3 lines and I would mess them up. And the fact that I did it okay on the live version is an amazing thing. I'm sure they were all just chewing their nails.
No,
we're not going to be able to pull it off.
We freaking love that thing. I have to ask, obviously as you're going through a book like this, was there any sort of difficulty in trying to cover territory that hasn't been covered in other books? Obviously, this is your life story. It's unique to you. But, we've heard so much about the show. Were you looking for tidbits that hadn't been revealed before?
Well, that's just the thing, see. People for years have been asking me to tell my stories, and I haven't. So
I guess that's true.
Fresh and new, because everybody's writing a book about the Brady Bunch, and they want to get my Brady Bunch stories. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'm saving them. So here they are.
Okay. Let me ask you something, because it was legendary that Robert Reed and Sherwood Schwartz, the creator of the series, butted head quite often, but that Robert Reed himself treated you, the kids in the cast, very favorably and was very loving towards them. Was that in fact the case? Was that your experience?
Definitely. He took us on trips. He took us fishing. He took us to England. He was just a really wonderful guy.
Were you guys allowed to have fun when, obviously you went to Hawaii, you did the Grand Canyon, these big special events. Were you guys allowed to stretch out and have a good time outside of work?
Of course, yeah, because with the child labor laws, you're only allowed to work 8 hours a day under 18, and so, it was good.
Has your mind ever tried to wrap around the notion that you existed well before social media, and how might everything turned out if you were a young kid on a show with that now? Yeah.
Definitely.
How would it have played out?
Yeah, it would not have. I don't know. I mean, it was a fairly safe time. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
So when you're going to do this book tour, and you'll be in our area in June, and I would imagine you've done many tours before. Are you blown away with the span and age of the people that you consider to be your fans? And because Steve and I are apart in age, but we watch this. You know what I mean? Just through syndication that. It has to be anywhere from your contemporaries to decades prior.
Yeah, that's the great thing, is that so many people across many ages enjoy it. Now, did you say that one of you is a big Brady Bunch fan?
Oh, we all are. I'm the oldest. Yeah.
Okay, because I have an idea brewing in my head, and I wanted to ask you what you all thought.
Okay.
I've been working on an idea for a jewelry line named Jan's Locket.
Okay. Oh, the locket.
Yes.
When you were looking for the little bear.
Yeah.
Hell, I'd wear one.
Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, I need a partner like, I don't know, Kay or Pandora to help me get this off the ground. It's such a great idea. It's like charm bracelets with all the little iconic things from the show.
Oh my
and
God.
going on this tour and meeting all the fans and stuff, I thought, well, maybe it's the time that I could kind of get it off the ground. I've been working with Plum Goods, my other stuff, for years, and I love doing that. Design is really one of my favorite things, coming up with the motifs and the fonts, the typefaces, all of that. So I was thinking maybe this is the next step.
Listen, on just the uniqueness of the idea on a pop culture level, on the fact that you'd be the one codifying it, I think it's a no-brainer.
And for like a charm bracelet, so you could buy the charms. It could be like a little pork chop. There could be a football,
A tiki?
a tiki, yes,
A doghouse,
yes,
a surfboard, a tiki, a top hat. I mean, I've got about 35 things. So a charm bracelet could be in earrings. I'm going to do something for the gentlemen's as well, because men like to wear bracelets as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just brewing around in my head. I'm trying to figure out how to get it out into the world.
Listen,
all right, well, we're getting it out there.
Yeah, if it comes to fruition, you come on the show and advertise it. We'll gladly open the door and
Okay,
let
that's
you
so sweet.
open door.
I
Yeah.
love it. All right, well,
That is
Eve,
so sweet.
Eve is going to be appearing at in Rehoboth Beach at Browse About Books. It's all one word. It's hard for me to read.
Yes.
So that's on June 7th. Stop by and see her and get the book, okay? It's called Happiness Included, Jan Brady and Beyond. I'm so glad you've written this. Thank you so much, Eve. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
You got it. Take care, and we'll see you soon. All right, let's hear for Eve Plumb. Jan Brady for years.
I mean, you cannot get more iconic. You know, the show was not initially a hit.
It wasn't?
No, it was not. No,
okay.
it had to sort of work into it. And obviously, post-show, it became this juggernaut because it was on all the time.
By the way, so Mr. Brady's wife had died, right? Okay.
He strangled her to death.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
wondering what the plot line was for that. No, I didn't know if they never really, beyond, I guess, maybe the first episode, they didn't touch on that. But Mrs. Brady, was she divorced?
They never talked about it.
They never
did
mentioned it.
3
I don't
children
think
out of
so.
wedlock. 3 different baby daddies.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 3 different baby daddies.
But they all had golden blonde hair.
Yeah.
Her last husband was Nick Cannon.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But no, the whole idea originally was supposed to be based around divorce.
Yeah.
That it was, and then it was a family that was integrated that way. But
at that time,
it was very
it was
controversial. So they went with the murder.
The murder suicide. No, he strangled her to
Yeah,
death.
they were both part of a death cult. They figured that audiences at that time would be able. They put on Nike sneakers and were waiting for the return of a comet.
There needs to be a backstory of that for sure. Oh my God, that's so funny. All right, well, anyhow, moving on to our next guest. Saw an article about him the other day, and I was blown away by this. He is trying to sell $1 million worth of ads on his toilet.
I think he can do it.
When I first read this, I'm like, oh, great. Here's somebody just writing stuff and putting it on their toilet. And for some reason, the powers that be, the internet gods, have all of a sudden made this thing catch on. And then we went and we saw what the advertisement was. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
This is next level.
This is ILM level.
This is very impressive stuff. So we would like to welcome Mr. Nick Greenawalt to our show this morning. Hey, Nick, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
No problem. So real quick, though, before we dive into, describing this and all the details about this, what is which video of yours or which post of yours has the most views? How many views at this point?
So there was an original one that was not actually sponsored by any that I made as like the proof of concept.
Okay.
And that is Microsoft Teams. They're not affiliated anyway, but I kind of framed them.
Microsoft hasn't signed on yet.
That one's probably the most. And then the most real one is probably, I think, Clorox. People really like the Clorox one.
All right. So what are the numbers we're talking about? Like how many views?
Millions. I don't know how many millions.
Okay. I'm looking at one. I thought maybe you knew this was 40.6 million views.
What?
Yes, at the top right here, Casey.
Oh,
40.6 million views with over 1 million likes on it. And so the advertisements on his toilet are not written on; they are casted. You essentially shoot a video, or you project a video of sorts onto it, and there's a grid thing that is important.
What is the technical term for what you're doing?
It's called projection mapping. So you take a projector, like I had one that I bought during COVID to watch movies outside on my wall, and you basically, the same way that you would project onto some kind of flat surface, you can warp it and manipulate it to, yeah.
And it will look like, so I'm watching the Clorox video right now, and it looks three-dimensional. So there's a wand that comes out and taps the top of your toilet, and it looks as if it is 3D, some kind of magical thing.
It's movie magic. Yeah.
It is movie magic. What do you do for a living?
So my title will be a motion designer, basically like a graphic designer, but with movement. So, any sort of, it's not like Pixar animation, but like, any kind of graphic design that needs to come to life. I do a lot of interactive stuff, apps, websites, things like that.
So tell us about the inspiration for the toilet thing, because this is taking off.
Yeah, so I just really didn't want to have a job. And so I was trying to figure out, ways to make money. And I was, this random guy named Brad came up to me and he was like, do you want to do some projection mapping stuff at the Franklin Institute? And I was like, yeah, of course I do. I didn't know how to do it. So I took the job and then I had to figure it out. So I was testing on things in my house, eggs and walls and stuff like that. I was posting it online. I thought it was really cool. It wasn't really doing super well, and I was getting frustrated that it wasn't performing really well. And then my wife was getting frustrated that I was getting frustrated, and she was like, well, just go do it on the toilet then. And I was like, whoa, wait a second. What an idea.
Yeah. Is this her who's in the studio here with us?
Yes.
Okay, so it was your idea.
Yes.
Wow. And by the way, for a further description that might explain a little bit better, I saw the animation that Marissa just pulled up at the Franklin Institute. At the Sixers game, at the beginning of the game, when the floor breaks apart and shatters into pieces, that is what you do on a smaller scale. Although the Franklin Institute used the entire rotunda, used that roof there to do that.
Yeah, that was definitely a larger scale one. And it can, you can do this stuff at home. Like I use a $100 projector off Amazon, but when you're doing the, on the court or Franklin Institute, I mean, each projector could be six figures.
And it can be used for all sorts of things. In fact, they'll use it at theme parks, or like Disney uses it. They'll use the same, a projection of a human face onto one of the animatronics.
Yes.
And it will contour to the face, and it will look like the person's
The new Cirque du Soleil theme is using this in a big way.
Right. And it really creates sort of magic. So you take your first toilet projection out for a spin. You start to get some traction. Take us over the bridge to how do you get your first paying client to say, I want a toilet ad?
Yeah, well, so I did the Microsoft team. I just thought of the dumbest company I could think of that would just work for that. And it just went crazy. And so I knew someone at the company MoonPay, and I sent them the video and I said, boy, do I have a business opportunity for you. And I locked them in for $1,000. And then I kind of started pitting all the companies against each other. A lot of companies comment, but they don't necessarily mean it. Some comment and I follow up and I say, look, these guys are doing it. You want to do it too. And I kind of added a FOMO element to it, because you're going to stay on the toilet the whole time. So if you're the first video, you're going to be in every video that comes after you. And so you want to get in early. I'll lock you in on a good spot. You can get the lid. That's not going to be there for much longer. So, you kind of, it's like a little bit of a game to kind of pit the companies against each other.
All right. And this is a nice looking toilet you have, by the way, here.
Yeah.
So I noticed a little, is it a bidet as well?
Yeah, Tushy upgraded it. So
okay.
I got heated seats, heated water. It's really nice.
In fact, we had a bit we were talking about for an ad for a movie, Bidets of Thunder too. I would say so the natural inclination, like with Clorox and with other things, would be bathroom cleaning adjacent, let's say, but you have a wide variety of products that have nothing to do with the toilet, correct?
Everybody is welcome on my toilet.
Yes.
So whatever you want to do, there's no limits to who can sit on the throne.
Without betraying too much or something that might jeopardize a potential business relationship, do you have some heavy hitters in the queue that are interested in being on board?
I do. I have two heavy hitters coming up next. One, I think anyone who ever drives down 76 will be aware of.
Oh, okay. All right. Very nice. All
What
right.
part of 76?
Yeah, right. Like the terrible part.
Again,
all
which
terrible.
part?
Wow. So what's the goal is for you to eventually get $1 million from doing this, right?
Yes, that's the idea.
Wow. May I ask how close you
yeah.
are?
Well, I think after the next couple, we'll be at the $100,000 earned mark.
Okay.
So
See, this is a thing that has to be, you have to strike. That iron is hot. You got to go full bore. So I would say to any business that was looking to take advantage of this, because obviously the site is going to be visited. Your Instagram page is going to be visited a lot. So get in now, because this is when you want to get the maximum exposure.
So I'm seeing a lot of comments on your videos, and a lot of them are other businesses tagging, or commenting on other things. What is the connection that happens between some person who runs a social media and leaves a comment and it becoming an actual business deal?
yeah, well, so the companies love it, right? Because like nobody wants to watch an ad, right? An ad comes on, you're changing the channel, whatever. Not only am I getting people to sign up to watch an ad, they're begging for the next one, and they're tagging other companies that they want to see on it, right? So the companies love it because they know that they can just pay me and I can get people who want to watch an advertisement from them.
Who's gotten the most requests, or if you were to take a survey, who's getting a lot of requests that people are wanting to see on your toilet?
Probably like Liquid Death or Kit Kat or Mountain Dew or something, Red Bull.
Sure. Yeah. Kit Kat, of course.
Yeah.
I'm surprised like Baby Ruth or, classic.
Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah,
Something that looks like a turd.
Yeah, it's very
There's everybody works. Like,
yeah. Nutella.
I'm blown away by this. So I don't know how much time you can get out of advertising on your toilet. You know what I mean? Like eventually, maybe it'll become novelty and you want to move on to something else. What are you hoping to do next step?
Okay, well, you would think that, but it's only getting bigger as we're going. Of course, there's going to be like fatigue around it, but so I've implemented a system called King of the Throne. So if you spend the most, you get to wear the crown until the next company comes in and spends the most. So this is how I'm able to kind of kick the prices up over and over, right? Like
so you're pinning them as well, obviously, to kind of lock them in place?
Yep.
Right.
They get special treatment. They get a little segment. They get to wear a glowing crown on the toilet. I think there's a little bit of game theory involved in this. My kind of like hidden goal is that some really reckless company, Mr. Beast or something, that comes in and they just want to wipe out the whole thing.
Right.
And then I can just go retire on the islands. But that's kind of like maybe how I would see it playing out if I'm good enough.
Would active employment in this industry also be tempting to you? If someone says, you're our kind of guy, we want you to be our guy who does this for all of our museums
toilets,
toilets or whatever,
I think I like where I'm at. I've done it professionally before, and I've had amazing jobs in this industry, and like you're done. I go crazy after a while. I'm not that kind of person,
right?
So probably not. I like my scenario. Maybe if the toilet business really goes under, then we'll see.
Since this clicked, are you working on other things that are because it's hard to get one of these to take. This one has taken. The hooks are in. But you have some other things that you're working on as well that might be similar?
Yeah, I do. I have, other brand stuff. Brands will come to me. They think maybe they don't fit right on the toilet, but we want to do other kind of videos. And I also am doing a lot of stuff around Philadelphia in terms of like interactive experiences and
cool.
What's crazy about this is your office is literally your bathroom now.
Yeah.
And so you can write that off, I guess, maybe as a
all toilet paper is an expense. Yeah.
Is it still your active bathroom? Have you had to?
Yeah, and you know what? So. Because you don't want to move the projectors when they're up, because then you got to remap it. So if you're coming over to my house to use the bathroom, at dinner or something, you have to step around tripods and move lights. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
You can't have with that. Yeah,
I want to tell you, like you're also, in addition to what you're doing for yourself, I think you're inspiring other people. And we talked about this last week. I was like, you know what? I do a 5 a.m. lobby concert every single morning on my way into work, and I'm officially it's for sale. So I'm selling advertising in my
This is it right now?
Yeah. When I've already started. I talked to Chuck about it. I was like, I need to do this. He goes, well, you need to do right by everybody else, right? So So for the last week or so, I've been giving shout outs to people that have already been like advertising with the station, with the with the show and stuff like that. But like, absolutely, positively.
I think it's inspiring to know that any surface can be an advertisement.
That's right. My voices now.
Yeah.
If not a toilet, would you? I mean, is there anything with this? The toilet obviously has the most prestige when it comes to what's going on. Anything else in the bathroom realm would be a suitable ad space as well? I mean, the sink is kind of bland.
Well, now you need a urinal.
A urinal?
Put a urinal in
Would
there.
a urinal work?
It's true. You know, I don't want to water down the brand too much by introducing the other appliances, but I'll never say never.
All right.
By the way, it's I haven't mentioned the Instagram account. It's @motion.by.nick. If you want to take a look at this. And I assume this is on TikTok as well, besides Instagram? Mm-hmm. Okay. Where are you picking up the most views from?
Definitely Instagram.
Yeah.
Instagram. Yeah, Instagram seems to be the one that generates the most. And the thing that you find out is once you get something that works the algorithm in your favor, it sort of takes care of itself. Like it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
That's exactly how I would describe it. Like I said, you know, people are tagging brands, and then the brands see it, and then they want to jump in, and then you get a big brand that jumps in, and then other brands want to kind of ride with that too. So it is very self-fulfilling.
I had a dumb thing happen. And I've said it a couple times on the air already. I did an 11-second video of my cats on the kitchen floor. We had our kitchen redone, and the floor is now heated, and the cats were laying down, and I just walked through and said, "Is there any indication that I have a heated floor now?" That thing's like hundreds of thousands of views. And because that's in the algorithm, other stuff that I post is now favored. And I didn't do a damn thing. But that's the luck of the draw.
It's always like the stupid stuff that you didn't spend a lot of time on that goes crazy, and then you'll spend weeks on something that you think is the greatest thing you've ever made, and nobody cares.
It's so true. You put something up that gets so much work into it, and it gets like 30 likes, and you're like,
and
really?
It's only in retrospect
Really?
you like figure it out, and that's kind of what my process is like. It's very actually like pretty scientific. Like I'm really big on the analytics and testing things out and trialing out different ways to open. Very methodical. And you know, when you're kind of starting out, you only realize these things after it's done. But I'm at the point now where I can kind of anticipate what's going to work and what's not.
Well, it's funny because we've had a couple of people who are this is their entire bread and butter, and they said the one thing you need to get good at is not being disappointed if something doesn't click. Just keep it coming.
So what, can I ask what an ad costs? The ballpark figure?
Yeah, base rate right now is $6,000. If you want to be king of the throne, it's got to be more than 10, but that, today's price is not tomorrow's price. So.
Right, yeah, it's only going to increase if you get more popularity. That's what
toilets don't grow on trees, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how we can get a President Steve ad on your toilet.
We can work out some sort of deal.
Okay, because I would love to see that. This is some of the most outside of the box thinking that I've ever heard of, and that it's actually working.
And it works.
It's taking off.
Hey, the Dr. Squatch connection is a good one because they're an up and comer. That company's doing. I mean, they had Sydney Sweeney, and
they're the current king.
Yeah, are they? Okay,
yeah. They're and one of the best parts about this is the merch. I mean, they're sending me. I have hundreds of rolls of toilet paper, hundreds of bars of soaps. Like they'll just send me. I have probably 50 packs of Dude wipes. I mean, it's amazing.
Dude wipes alone.
I love Dude wipes.
What do your parents think about this?
They had a really hard time understanding what it was. I was on the PHL news like last week, and that my dad texted me after. And he's like, "I think I finally get it." So it's been even just when I did like more boring professional stuff, they didn't really understand it. But I think it's they can see the vision now.
So it was your wife's idea. She said, "Can you come over here for a second? Do you mind getting on the microphone? Because I need to know a thing or two." Does she work, by the way, while she's getting set up over here?
It's a partnership now.
Yeah. So this job has become yours now too. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry.
Everyone on the team. So I also work with an unemployed sound designer in Canada, and so every part of this team does this for.
That's great.
So this is just like an offhanded line you threw at him. Why don't you just do it on the toilet then?
Yeah.
Where you get a little bit closer.
What's your name, by the way?
There.
Carolyn.
Okay, Carolyn.
And it's taking off.
Completely. I honestly said it as a joke.
Yeah.
And he was like, "That's a good idea." And I was like, "Oh, I'm not exactly sure that's going to work." And then totally ate my words.
So now you're like, see?
Exactly.
Were you so?
Now I take it. I'm like, oh yeah, it was mine.
And not on top of that too. So the first company I wanted to do was actually Palantir. I want to put. I thought this is the worst company I can think of.
Right.
This will be hilarious. But she didn't get it. She said, you can't do that. You should do like Microsoft Teams. And then I think without that small tweak, it wouldn't have worked.
So this is all doesn't exist without Caroline.
Exactly.
Yeah. There we go.
Collaboration.
Yes.
All right, so wait, I apologize if this question was already asked and answered, but how long ago did this start?
I think February.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hate, love you.
Right?
Dude, right?
It's taking off that fast.
Yeah. Well, it makes me feeling better. I didn't make any money for the entire 2025. So it's like crawling out of the debt here.
About how much time do you put into an ad, hours-wise?
Do you want to get really mad?
Yeah.
Like a couple hours?
Oh, my God.
No, that's not true.
So there's a process. The actual production of it is probably I could do it in a day. There's a little bit of the back and forth with the company. Like they'll say the companies will come to me and they say do whatever you want. You'll get free creative control. And then when I show them what I want to do, they go, all right, well,
They tweak.
maybe not like that.
It's always the case. Hey, whatever you want. But can we do this? Can we have it bend around this way? That's all right.
It's like
fine.
sometimes I have to take a step back. I'm debating with a publicly traded company about where they should put their logo on my toilet. And they're like, their lawyers come in and they're like, well, like technically our product only does the bowl, so we shouldn't go on the seat. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm emailing with your lawyers about this.
Well, it's funny because they lose sight of the sort of avant-garde, no rules sort of concept that's fueling the whole thing. And then their normal stuff, their normal BS kicks in. But that's cool. That's fine because now you're setting the rules. I mean, it has enough gravitas. So Caroline, did you work in this industry at all, or?
No. I actually am an interior designer.
Okay, but you do have design chops as well. So there you go.
Yeah,
That's why the bathroom looks so good.
We met in art school, so.
Oh, well, there you go. Are you working on any ideas as well?
I'm just toilet crew now.
Well, listen. You're a major part of this, so kudos to you both.
You need to get like Deadpool, instead of the swords, like two
toilet brushes,
brushes or plungers that are on your back. You can grab them at any time. Wow, this is
great.
Yep.
Can I do a shout out while I'm here? Because I feel like it's very, very fitting.
Yes, for sure. Your product.
My brother Andrew, big fan of the show. Number one bucket salesman on this side of the Mississippi. So shout out to Andrew.
That's a shard for him right there.
Buckets is he selling?
Just like buckets. Like you need a bucket for whatever reason.
We need buckets all the time.
We do.
Yeah,
we got Keenan's coming up. We'll need buckets for that for sure.
If it's something horrible we can put in a bucket, we do it.
Well, it's very impressive.
Thank you.
And I want to congratulate you guys for what seemed like literally, I read it. I'm like, come on, are you serious? And then I saw it. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's a heartwarming, inspiring story that anybody can turn their bathroom into a commercial.
It is. Listen.
Wait for the Disney biography.
If you go the distance, honestly, they had that movie Joy about the gal that made the mops.
Yeah.
If they did that and this goes the distance, there's going
I'll
to be
come back here $500,000 and we can talk again.
One day Jennifer Lawrence could be playing you.
Yeah.
Preston, I like your idea. I think we need to get Preston and Steve on there a little bit. I think we need to talk during the commercial break.
He's definitely.
I mean, I'm not cutting any deals. But we can talk.
He's got a business to run.
Well, thank you both for coming by
Thank you
here.
for
We got
having
another
me.
guest that we got to talk to. So Nick Greenawalt, lovely wife Carolyn. Motion, it's at motion.by.nick. And trust me, when you see it, you'll get it too. And you go, wow, okay.
It's fun.
He's doing some wild stuff with the toilet. All right, our next guest was texting me over the weekend because something really, really cool occurred with him that involves Dave Grohl.
Yes.
And I'm going to play some audio. Where was this show?
The Starland Ballroom up in New Jersey.
So Dave Grohl is on stage. And he's talking about our next guest, and then there's two videos, but this was live when Foo Fighters were performing.
I got to meet this fine young man named David that was Elon's very first drum teacher. Elon introduced me to David when we first got here. And I'm like, oh man, and I said, hey, thank you for being Elon's drum teacher because you did a pretty good job. Elon's the baddest motherfucker in the world. And he comes downstairs and Elon says, yeah, he was the drummer of the Hooters. And let me tell you something. I love the Hooters. And we danced That song is yellow.
And he goes on to talk about Dave having a yellow drum kit.
Yep.
And it inspired him to get a yellow drum kit, which led to, the Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit video. And notice he only called him David because he couldn't say Uosikkinen. Please welcome our friend David Uosikkinen to the Hooters this morning. David,
hey guys.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. You're my favorite people, man. What a way to spend the morning after that.
Thanks, bud.
Really.
So listen,
it was amazing.
You sent me that video. You sent me the other video as well of Dave that he made a video and it was sent to you about
so weird, crazy.
About being Ellen's drum teacher. Yeah. So tell us how this all unfolded, if you would, because this is a really cool moment for you.
Yeah, and I was texting you like we do drummer thing. You and I got that connection about drums, but that and the same thing. Elon was my his first drum teacher, and he brought Dallin and I backstage. We went into the dressing room and we're just hanging out, and he says, we asked for someone to take a photo of us. The door opened up. And Dave Grohl comes in and introduces me. Dave was my first drum teacher. We're just chatting about drum stories and just hanging out and vibing. And, we talked about Pierre and he was a wonderful guy. Absolutely great.
By the way, Dave's throwing drumsticks all over the
and Elon introduced me as family, like Dave's family, because I've known them. I've helped him in the studio when he was a kid and all this stuff. And then I left. And Elon said to Dave, he said, Dave plays drums in the Hooters. And not thinking, and Dave flipped out. Now, he's mentioned Nine Inch Nails and other bands, and there's no real reaction. And for some reason, Dave flipped out and he tells him the story about the yellow drum set. He goes, Elon, we got to make this video. Now, I'm already out back in the house, with Dallin, getting ready to watch the show. And I get a video from Dave telling me that, listen, I bought the drum set because I saw you on MTV when you were, he was 16 years old, and I sold the yellow kit, and I had to have that yellow Tama kit.
Yeah.
He went out and bought it like the following week. Smells like Teen Spirit. I was like, unbelievable.
Yeah.
And what a thoughtful thing for him to do. It was like, unbelievable. I was just blown away by it.
And the fact that
I couldn't speak.
The fact that you leave the room and then he finds out like a couple minutes later, he's like, wait, what? What?
Yeah.
Wait, I got to make a video. I got to.
And this is Dave Grohl.
Yeah.
This is Dave Grohl. I mean, I told Elon when I first saw Elon, I said, Elon, because I've known him since he was 10 years old. I said, you're in the biggest band in the land, and we both smiled at one another.
Yeah.
Just had this look like, and I kind of was like, yeah, I knew it was going to happen all along. He was a great player, and then that happens, and then Dave makes a reaction like that, and I was just like, and Elon, it was the same way. He couldn't believe it. It was wonderful.
It's an amazing confluence of events, and it's so cool. I mean, listen. You're such a nice guy and such a humble guy, but you deserve this because you forget. I've been watching some of the old Hooters videos, and we're very excited for the barbecue, and
I'm thrilled to be there Saturday. We're getting together today to rehearse. It's going to be fun.
Well, it's sometimes. We never lose sight of just how important, how great you guys are. But sometimes you get those little reminders like, yeah, they're goddamn great. They're so good. And do you sometimes, because you're so humble, it's got to be nice to get somebody at this level, just fanboying over you.
That my jaw dropped, and maybe that humble thing you should ask Dallin about that. What, are you kidding me? But anyway, that was one of those moments because Dave and Elon both are such amazing drummers, and to have Dave Grohl recognize that was just like my jaw dropped. I didn't even know what to say. I was almost like, are you kidding me? I had to listen to it a number of times going, did he really say that? Because that record really changed the industry. I was doing a record in LA at the time. I remember it was like an 80s record with a band called the Soul Kitchen, and I was at the listening party, and when they played that Nirvana record, everybody looked at each other and said, this world's going to change. Hey, the music was different, So I was, listen, I was just thrilled to be able to hang out with those guys, and he was just a wonderful dude, and that band rocked. They were just amazing.
About Elon, how old was he? If you were his first teacher, how old was he when he came to you, David?
I think he might have been 9 or 10 years old.
Jeez.
And he was, and it's funny, he came on and off for a couple of years. And then when I was working for I guess a streaming company, music company for a while, managing music. And so his father, and he had a band called Fon, F-O-N, and he was the youngest guy to ever play Woodstock. He was I don't know, maybe 12, 13 years when he played Woodstock. Wow. The second Woodstock, I'm talking about the second one they put together. And so we were always hanging out, and sometimes I would have studio time, and I would give his band the studio time, and I would go watch him work. And Preston, I kid you not, my jaw used to drop. I'm going, this guy's phenomenal. I mean, he'd ride that click and he'd be just playing, and everything was just so fluid and beautiful. And he's not only an amazing drummer, he's a classical piano player. He plays guitar, he sings, and the New Regime is just an amazing band. He's got it all, that guy. Wow. He's great.
David, was this the first time of you guys seeing the Foo Fighters live?
Yeah, that was the first time I saw the Foo Fighters, yeah.
They rock, right?
Marissa. Oh, my hair! I lost some clumps of hair. It was so much energy, so much power. The testosterone in me was just fired up, and what's little I have left was just going. I was fired up, and it was remarkable.
And in such an intimate, small little venue, like to get all of that power and all that sound.
2,500? What? Holy crap.
Stuck in here.
That's
2,500 people going crazy. And Dave knows how to work it, It's like he goes up, and the thing that I found about him that I really liked, he was just so genuine. This is what he lives for. And the whole band I found to be that way. And apparently, Elon told me that afterwards, Pat Smear walked by, and he goes, the same thing happened to Pat. He mentioned that I was in the Hooters, and Pat had all these questions. Being a guitar player, I'm sure he wanted to talk about mandolins and what those guys do, and Pat was disappointed we didn't get a chance to connect. But I'm going to see him again. But not on the 13th when they come to the link, because I'm in Helsinki with the Hooters that night. So I got to go see him somewhere else.
Well, now you know that one of the Hooters shows may be over in Germany, and have the Foo Fighters open for you.
They were inspiring. They were so good. It was that, and the people, the whole thing. I remember in line just getting my tickets at Will Call, just the vibe of getting in the show. It's a joyous feeling. It was like Metal Dead.
Yeah, that's awesome.
One of the great things about Dave is he is a true music fan, and anything and everything that he has been sort of affected by or has learned from, he never forgets that and always makes sure that he wants to express that. And that's why he was so blown away by, finding out that you were you.
Listen, Elon's father and I spoke a couple times yesterday. We talk a lot, and he was saying, he said, Dave, I wasn't kidding. You're in the family. He was saying, you're in the family. When he says, I met a friend, he goes, you're in the family. He said, and then Elon sent me a note, said, any show, anywhere, just let us know, come, It was the way they welcomed me into the Foos was just remarkable.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because I actually saw them years ago when they were welcoming another member in, and it really was like a coming out party. Was that kind of the vibe on Saturday for Elon? Like, were they was he introducing him to the crowd and giving his backstory and everything?
He forgot to introduce him. That was the funny thing. He goes, oh my God, I forgot to introduce Elon. And he came back to him. But they make a fuss of, listen, he's such a badass that he's undeniable. And I think Dave really likes it. I think the thing that Elon brings to the picture, and because there's a lot of, because I love Josh too, and I love Taylor. I knew Taylor. I mean, the thing that is with Elon plays with such power and finesse at the same time. It's a cool thing to see, because you can feel the wind from, you literally stand in front of Elon. When he hits a bass drum, you can feel it. Wow. That's the way he plays. A snare drum, his backbeat, it's there. There's no denying the way he plays, So I think Dave is just really impressed by somebody that can bring that kind of, DNA to the Foo Fighters, man.
Awesome.
It's really special.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dave, thanks for checking in this morning. And next time we'll see you is this weekend, Saturday.
BBQ, man.
Yeah, buddy. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to it. All right. Thanks, pal.
I'll see you. Thank you very much, guys.
All right. We'll see you then. Dave Uosikkinen. from the Hooters. And yes, they will be at the MMRBQ. I'm going to play real quick just the clip of Dave, the video that he made for David once he found out afterwards who he was. And this was it.
Hey, David, listen, I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to have this conversation, but Elon just informed me that you played drums in the Hooters. And you have to know that when that video with you playing that yellow drum set was on MTV, I was maybe like 15 or 16 years old, and I bought a yellow drum set because you looked so cool. And I had that drum set forever. And that's the drum set that I used to make Nirvana's Nevermind. So I'm thinking that if it weren't for you and your awesome video, that Nevermind would have sounded like.
How about that?
I mean, it doesn't get more, you're talking about, and he's right. When Nevermind came out, when that album hit, you could feel the ripple effects going through music. It was crazy.
Through all of the industry.
Yeah.
It was that important. Wow. So that's really cool. And I'm very happy for David. That's excellent. All right. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have the beef file coming up. We've also got another chance for you to win $1,000. No Sad Dough is on the way. Stay put. We'll be back in a moment. But that's why you keep your slippers by the door.
You got to wear them.
Sneakers by the door.
I can go outside with slippers.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
totally.
these are like rugged outdoor, indoor slippers.
They're tactical slippers.
These are, and those are, I would say, more of the colder weather slippers.
Sure.
I have warm weather slippers as well.
So do cold weather slippers, that coincides with sweatshirt season, right?
I think so.
They're the same, like hoodie season?
Yellowstone pajama pants season. Yes.
We're working our way into foot bath season, by the way.
Real quick, I just want to ask Casey one question because I think here's where we're going to separate. Do you actually wear those slippers outside?
I do.
Okay, yeah.
Not like
now we're on different pages.
Well, like to take the trash out or something like that.
Take the
If it's
trash
chilly,
out,
you got to run
or-
outside real quick, go get the mail,
Stomp down the mulch.
Or if I'm like I got to go pick somebody up from not class, but like practice or something like that.
She
If I'm
just
gonna be
got
in the car.
side-eyed by Kathy on
I'm
that.
like wearing pajama pants to Wawa.
Yeah, but that's what the kids are doing.
I want to get a group of people to go to Wawa in pajama pants because it's very freeing.
Talk is cheap. Let's do it.
Let's
rent a bus of people. We'll rent a bus. We'll get everyone in their pajama and socks, no shoes.
I would love to do that. All right, hang on. I want to go to Todd, who worked in a store that kids would frequently mess up. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
So I actually have an interesting story. One of our beloved Philadelphia Flyers, I'm just going to keep his name private.
Okay.
He came in with his wife and his two little crotch goblins, and the kids were running all over the place. They were throwing pillows all over the floor. They had like cookies or.
This is a mattress store that you work at, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and look, it's expected. I've had it a million times where people come in and they throw pillows around.
Right.
It happens. I get it. But the idea is, like, at the bare minimum, tell your kids, pick the stuff up.
Yeah.
Or make an attempt to just, before you leave, follow them around and pick stuff up.
Sure.
That's all you ask.
When they left like I said, our beloved Philadelphia Flyer, and his wife did nothing to pick anything up. They walked out. Now, they bought a lot. I was happy with them because they bought a lot. I got a good commission from it. But
were they French-Canadian by chance?
They were not.
Okay.
That narrows it down.
All right. Well, yeah. So you left. They left, and you had a bad taste in your mouth because it was just disrespectful.
Exactly.
All right.
Okay.
I think
it's a courtesy.
you're obliged, even if you're a Philadelphia Flyer.
Yeah.
Your kids, if your kids go in and do something, you need to correct what they've done. If it's knocking down a display, if it's sullying the reputation of the NHL, it's what you do.
Let me see here. It's Eric that we're going to go to next. Hey, Eric. Morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, buddy. What's happening?
Hey, congrats to Marissa for getting married.
Pass along your love.
So I used to work in customer service, retail. I work in construction now. Shout out to Glazers 252. But I was raging to Nick through the text earlier. This Anthony Bass guy. What gets me the most is the entitlement, like the basic human decency of just pick up after yourself. Teach your child to pick up after yourself. It's your job as a parent. And Nick, you can check the stats on me. He can't even do his own job as a closer in baseball. He can't do his job as a parent. He blew up online. This dude's failing. He's a trifecta of failure.
All right. So if he were an effective closer, he'd get a pass.
And now he's going to, hopefully, if anybody working at United is listening, I hope this person doesn't get fired because of this dude's fucking.
He's fired up, Eric.
Fargan.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No problem. So, Eric, let me ask you: would if the flight attendant was rude, would that change your perspective of this?
Okay, so I understand there's probably three sides to the story: what the flight attendant says, what Anthony Bass says, and then what actually happened. I'm sure what really happened is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
but how he came across in posting, like what he did on Twitter, it just ruined anything that could have gone in his favor. And to top it all off, if you go back and check his Twitter, he posted a picture of his kid holding a bag of popcorn, like, oh, look at my cute little kid, like as a deflection. Like, come on, dude.
Well, no, I agree about the nature, the tone of his original post seemed a little pompous.
And by the way, you're right, Eric. His ERA is like 7.36 or something like that. So
it's terrible. And the fact that he doubled down on it, saying, "Oh, I got," they're going to take care of it internally. United, whoever's listening, please don't let somebody lose their job because this guy can't teach his kids how to clean up after themselves.
Okay.
No, I agree.
Thank you,
At least a
Eric.
4-year-old, right? A 2-year-old.
5-year-old can clean up after.
5-year-old can clean up after
Yeah, right.
themselves. Yep, most definitely. All right, I want to go to one more call. We're going to take a break here in a moment, but Don wants to comment. Hi, Don. Good morning.
Morning, guys. What's the word?
Yo.
Nope.
Not gonna
Too late.
All right, so you are you're a rideshare driver.
Yeah, I'm an engineer, but in my off time I do ride share. And people get in and they treat these cars like their personal trash pit with their kids.
I'm sure.
They get in, they want to eat food, they want to have chips. And when something happens, they don't say anything, or they're just like, they'll get out of the car. Even the adults do the same thing. And it's just, they don't teach themselves. They're not parents to their kids. They think it's somebody else's problem to clean up.
Yeah, and it's the wrong way. I remember years ago, Preston. You remember the Good Charlotte we had on years ago, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, or maybe it was their mother who had worked in a hotel and would clean rooms, and
there were some girls went up and hung out with them in their hotel room, and they were the girls were getting a little bit rowdy and they were making a mess, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, goes, "Hey, somebody works here, and they have to clean that stuff up,
right?"
And I think they said, "Yeah, our mom was worked as a hotel maid or staff or whatever." And they were like, "Don't do that."
Gives you a different perspective.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
of them too.
That's why we eventually married those guys.
Be observant of that. No, they got married to Lionel Richie's daughter. Wait,
Nicole Richie and Cameron Diaz. So I always consider us them.
I know.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
All right, I lied. I have time for one more call.
All right.
I want to go to Kendra. Hi, Kendra. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Kendra, are you weighing in on this whole mess thing, or what are you calling about?
I just won $1,000.
It's our concert cash winner, Kendra. And Kendra, you also get tickets to the Barbecue as well. How's about that?
That is so great.
Yeah, congratulations.
$1,000 going to buy a lot of popcorn.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And my birthday's Friday, so I can buy myself a nice present.
Oh, that's awesome. Huge. We are so happy. Where are you from, Kendra?
I'm from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
All right. Thank you, Jersey girl. We appreciate you listening and especially calling in and winning. And we will see you at the Barbecue, and we'll give you $1,000 for listening to MMR. All right, Kendra?
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Happy birthday.
Let's hear it for Kendra. All right. Next chance coming up about 1 hour from now exactly, because it is 9 o'clock. So hang in there. All right, Casey wants me. We're going to, do it when we return.
Yes, sir.
We have a concert announcement when we return. So we'll take a quick break. I know it's a lot to take in. We'll come back in just a moment, and we'll get to all that. Stay with us. And Sarah Silverman is going to be joining us as well. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. As we have stated a couple times, today is April 20th, which is 420. And that is, of course, the international celebration. I assume it's international. I know it's definitely national. Of marijuana and all things pot.
As you're saying all this, I realize, what is the derivation of 420?
I'm glad you asked that, sir. Because I've got the history of it.
Right.
And I know we've mentioned it before, but it's easy to kind of forget because it's this weird little thing that happened. The most credible story traces to Marin County, California in 1971.
That's it.
There were 5 students at San Rafael High School, and they would meet at 4:20 in the afternoon by the campus statue of Louis Pasteur.
Right.
And they would get high. And they chose that specific time because extracurricular activities had usually ended by then. And the group of guys, Steve Capper, Dave Reddix, Jeffrey Knoll, and Larry Schwartz, and also Mark Gravich, became known as the Waldos because they met at a wall. There was a wall there, and they called them Waldos.
As simple as that.
So they would say 420 to each other just as a code.
Yeah.
So, if they were in the hallways at school, they'd say, 420, and it was just for them to know. Now, the interesting thing is how it got out into
national.
Yeah. And to become part of pop culture. So,
and I want to find out if it has extended to other countries as well.
That is a good question. Yeah. I'll bet you it has. So Reddix, one of the guys, told Time Magazine in 2017, he said, we got tired of the Friday night football scene with all the jocks. We were the guys sitting under the stand smoking a doobie, wondering what we're doing there. And it continued long after 4:20 p.m. as well. The group challenged each other to find ever more interesting things to do under the influence, calling their adventures safaris.
Safari.
Yeah. Sick. Going safari.
Doobies.
So here's where it started to catch on. So later on, Reddix's brother helped him get work with the Grateful Dead bassist Phil Lesh.
Oh, boy.
As a roadie.
That's like the dream job if you're a pothead.
So the band is said to have helped popularize the term 420. And on December 28th, 1990, a group of deadheads in Oakland handed out flyers that invited people to smoke, quote-unquote, 420 on April 20th at 4:20 p.m. And one ended up with this guy named Steve Bloom. And Steve was a former reporter for High Times magazine.
Is that even around anymore?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I would
Steve.
imagine, God, if it had gone away before all of this, it'd be a crime.
So the magazine printed the flyer in 1991 and continued to reference the number, and soon it became known worldwide, it says here, Steve, worldwide as code for marijuana.
You know what High Times should have done? And if they haven't done it yet, maybe they can, because it's such a good idea, Steve. One of their pages should be smokable.
I think I know the case. I think years ago when it was really a controversial magazine and be on the shelf, didn't they include what they call a roach clip in one of their issues?
No, but like it's
they
a paper,
did something like that.
Yeah, it's a paper magazine, like maybe page 4 or page 20.
Right.
You know,
and it's smokable.
Rolling papers or actual marijuana?
No. Like
but something
like a
you can
rolling
roll
paper,
up
like
in.
a blunt wrap, or something that you could roll it into.
I get Acid magazine and their tabs of acid on it. No, it's. I remember how controversial that. Look, I don't smoke. I don't use the product myself. Yeah, but again, it's another one of these situations where I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
I was fascinated by what's the big in Amsterdam. They have the
Cannabis Cup.
Cannabis Cup. There's a documentary about it that is amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I don't smoke anymore either, but like I did, and it was like sort of ritualistic. I will tell you that like once I started it like kind of like took over. It was like everything to me, and
I have a history with 15. So I said, I grew up. My sister, my uncles, they were all weed smokers. It was around me even before I was a teenager, and I was kind of used to it. But I started around that time, and I have never quit, and I enjoy it. Now I am not the level of some weed smokers.
You're
There
not
are
Doug
people-
Benson.
There are people who just smoke it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm an everyday user, but I
Chris.
we got another minute or so before we can get to the no sad dough keyword, but I'll take this moment to mention this. I got this. Wawa has created gritty smoothies.
Gritty smoothies.
Yes, as the Flyers push deeper into the postseason grind. So, let me see here. It says the gritty smoothie, a limited time creation from Wawa. It feels like less of a menu item, more like a dare from the universe. It's bright, it's loud, it's a little unhinged. So starting tomorrow, customers across more than 400 Wawa locations in the Philadelphia region can order the Flyers-themed drink, a neon orange blend of mango, pineapple, and tart cherry topped with whipped cream and chocolate chips. And it's served in a custom cup featuring Gritty's unblinking eyes and unmistakable orange chaos energy. So you'll be able to get the gritty smoothie starting tomorrow. Wow, I love this. This is great.
Those are flavors that wouldn't work for me, but I would drink it anyway just to show my solidarity.
Just for the cup.
Just for the cup.
I just want the cup.
And by the way, the Flyers game is going to be broadcast live on WMMR tonight. So, game is at 7 o'clock. Obviously, they've got work to do, but would love if they could, turn things around right now.
I mean, I love all the energy of this. Obviously, we didn't know this is going to be happening. We were thinking a longer game, but that we're here right now is a miracle.
Yeah, Sixers, they're on our sister station.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Fanatic and the Phils play too as well. So.
Yeah, so the Phils, I think, start everything off at 6:40. The Sixers are at 7 or 7:30. I don't know why NBA games don't start on time, right? They give you a time, and then it starts like 20 minutes after that.
Well,
yeah.
The Flyers games are doing the same thing. Because
yeah.
I was watching with the time that the puck was supposed to drop, and it was like 20 minutes later when the puck
really?
actually
What
the hell's
dropped.
that about?
By the time they do announcements and the national anthem, and then bring
The
somebody
NFL
on the
does
ice.
it too. Like the
Yeah.
NFL, when they have a 1 o'clock kickoff, they kick off at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, you just plan the other things before.
Ahead of time.
Just do them earlier.
so- All right, well, anyway, it's on tonight on MMR, so let's go Flyers. And let's get you some money.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a keyword.
And the word is Bill, B-I-L-L. All right, B-I-L-L. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app or WMMR.com. You can also text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. And, of course, one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley's. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. And the Preston Steve No Sad Dough, sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Your next shot is at noon, so don't miss this one now. The word again is Bill, B-I-L-L. We wish you luck. Real quick, before we get to the B-file, I meant to do these shout-outs earlier, but I will do them now. This one says, hey, Preston, my big brother Jeremy Palmer is turning the big 4-0 Monday, May 4th. He introduced me to your show way back when we were in high school at Souderton, and we've remained big fans ever since. He's been living in Rhode Island for more than a decade now and is still a dedicated listener. I believe he's even got some of his friends up there listening to your show. He's the best big brother anyone could ask for.
That's awesome.
So I'd love it if you could give him a birthday shout-out so epic he'll feel the shrapnel all the way in the Ocean State. Thanks for your consideration. You guys rock. That's from Ryan Palmer. So here's the shart for you. That's a biggie. All right, and then I have this is a shart / zap, okay?
Oh, a
it's
zart.
not. They're not listening right now. It's a zart, yes. But this is from Michelle Light. She says, hey, Preston, can you give a shout out to John and Ty from Freedom Millwork in honor of Pierre? They were delivering new doors to me today, and I got this email, by the way, over the weekend, or actually last week, and they heard me listening to you. And we all love you and everyone at MMR. You rock. Thanks. That's from Michelle Light. So here's the... It's kind of a reverse zap because they heard her listening. I thought it was the other way around. But nonetheless, I think we all get the gist of that. And then here's a butt plug. It says, hey, I'm hoping that you can mention on the air that Saturday, May 9th is the annual Stamp Out Hunger food drive in support of local food banks. By the way, I got this from Jim Lynch, who is the Food Resource Operations Director at Manna's online market hub.
Great organization.
Absolutely. He said, every year the National Association of Letter Carriers coordinate and match local post office branches with local area food banks and pantries. Last year, the Lansdale Post Office branch collected over 6,000 pounds of food for Manna on Main Street, and we hope to get even more this year. This annual event is a one-day event that is one of the top collections of food donations for most of the food banks and pantries. And here's hoping that a reminder sent to the Philly community via radio will help people to remember to leave some food donations by their mailboxes on Saturday, May 9th. So just a heads up on that, folks, and contribute if you can. And then this last message I'm going to pass along was from somebody who won tickets from us. This is from Kristen Rob Wade. Says, hey, Preston, Steve, WMMR team. Sorry to bother you at work, but we wanted to thank you for the Flyers tickets that Rob won with the secret text word. He may have been nervous on the call and forgot to bring the hype on the phone, but I promise he brought plenty of hype at the game. We've been listening to your show forever, and we even met tailgating in the parking lot of the MMRBQ back in the day. We'll be married 16 years.
Wow.
This year.
That's great.
Still love listening to the show when we're getting our 4 kids off to school. They were loving that Dad finally got through and won something. So excellent. Happy to hear that. Glad you had a good time. And let's get to the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by The Bagster. You can buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag, buy, fill, gone. This is a pretty wild story. A foil surfer in the midst of a downwind trek from Santa Barbara apparently came across a 10 to 11 foot great white shark because it began following him, playing a game of cat and mouse and not backing off. Kai Lenny posted footage from the incident as the foiler continued to pump in the ocean, the open ocean. The familiar fin of the shark can be seen trailing not far behind. Thoughts that might be going through the foiler's head during the encounter might be, don't fall, please God, don't fall.
Absolutely.
The full clip was also posted on YouTube with the following description of what happened. It said, while in the middle of a 20-mile downwind foil run from UCSB to Carpinteria, Ron Tekenda and I buzzed over a shark. This triggered an intense curiosity, and the shark followed Ron closely for about 3 or 5 minutes. He then turned left. It turned left. He sped up. It sped up. It was a full game of cat and mouse, but with a 10-foot shark. After what felt like an eternity for Ron, it finally peeled away in search of something else to play with. He said, we continued the run and made the next 10 miles without falling. Ron performed amazingly under pressure and kept his cool for all those minutes while being chased.
Yeah, you fall off those, and trying to get back up on one of those is very difficult. There's another piece of footage of a guy in a kayak kind of doing the same thing where a shark is trailing him. And this thing was like 12 feet long.
But those, I didn't know that the foil, those foils that you could go, they were doing a 20-mile run on those things.
So you're kind of like pumping up and down. You got to keep in motion.
I didn't know you could go that long.
Yeah.
On it. That's wild. A 36-year-old passed out at the top of Bald Mountain Fire Tower, a popular Adirondack hiking destination located outside of Old Forge. 4 New York State Department of Environmental Conservation forest rangers responded to the scene where witnesses reported seeing the now unconscious hiker drinking with another hiker. Rangers noticed the other hiker dump something out of a bag in an apparent effort to hide something. With the possibility of drug use, Rangers administered Narcan to the unconscious hiker to no avail. The hiker apparently was out cold. Rangers worked with the fire departments on multiple rope systems along the trail, and they eventually got the hiker to an ambulance. The following day, the hiker was awake and in stable condition. They don't know exactly what happened to him, but they needed to rescue him.
Yeah.
He was hammered and out on the trail. Yeah. Here's a story for you. A French teen is facing mischief and public nuisance charges in Singapore after posting a video on social media of himself licking a straw from an orange juice vending machine and then putting it back in it. Dieter,
I guess that's what you do.
Gaspard Owen Maximilian, 18 years old, was charged and hasn't entered a plea as of yet. He allegedly committed the offense at a shopping mall in Singapore, and his video spread rapidly when it surfaced.
If it's Singapore, he's looking at the death penalty.
Well, mischief carried is a penalty of up to 2 years in prison.
There you go.
Or a fine, or both, while public nuisance is less severe with up to 3 months in prison or a fine.
I wouldn't do anything like that in that area.
The company operating the juice vending machine, iJuice, had JOOZ. Filed a police report and sanitized a dispenser while replacing all 500 straws in the machine. It said it would upgrade its machines to include measures such as individually packaged straws and straw compartments that unlock only after the transaction is completed.
Thanks to this douchebag.
Mm-hmm. In North Carolina, a man will have to register as a sex offender after pleading guilty to sex crimes. Lucas Timothy Hunt was arrested and charged with second-degree sexual exploitation of a minor. Now, Hunt is credited as the person who made the very popular "Thank You, Jesus" lawn signs.
Oh, boy.
He was given 36 months of supervised probation, and he will have to register as a sex offender for 30 years. Connie Frazier, the president of the Thank You, Jesus mission, said in a statement, "Thank You, Jesus has always been about more than one person."
Was the companion sign for not letting me get caught.
Right?
Yeah.
She said, "It's about people who love Jesus and want to show their appreciation. Although we cannot comment on the criminal charges against Lucas Hunt, we can share that he blessed thousands of people through the Thank You, Jesus signs."
Yeah, 6 and 1 and a half dozen.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. A Missouri man accused of dancing naked at an Aldi grocery store earlier this month now faces criminal charges.
You're not allowed to dance at an Aldi, right? Naked?
Not naked,
Okay.
yeah. Prosecutors have charged...
You're thinking of ShopRite.
Sidney Jones of Columbia, Missouri, with one misdemeanor count of first-degree sexual conduct. According to a probable cause statement, police responded to a report of a naked man dancing in the vestibule of an Aldi store.
In the vestibule?
That would be kind of fun to see. The probable cause statement did not disclose a specific location.
He's technically not really in the store. He's in the vestibule.
A witness told police that multiple children were present at the store and adults tried to hide their children and prevent them from seeing the man, later identified as Jones. Surveillance video reviewed the case. In the case shows that Jones was parking a vehicle, walking into the vestibule, and they showed him taking off clothing and then dancing inside and outside the vestibule. Additional court documents state that Jones is now banned from Aldi locations and was booked into jail without bond, by the way.
Seems like he's having fun.
Yeah. Just dancing in the vestibule.
Naked.
Yep.
In the vestibule.
All right, and that is what I have in the B file for you this morning. All right.
Dancing in the vestibule.
A reminder, your keyword for No Sad Dough is Bill, B-I-L-L. You can enter that now. In fact, you have until 25 minutes after the hour to do it, so make sure you text it to 45911 or enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com. Again, the word is Bill. We'll be back. We're going to get you music news when we return. Stay there. I have my medical marijuana card, but I'm not a, just get baked out of my gourd person.
Preston, the agent who used to book me into colleges and book me around in my early days of stand-up comedy smoked pot the way most people smoke cigarettes,
right?
Like heavy cigarettes. So he was constantly smoking pot. And I'd have to say to him, is there any effect at this point? And he would say, not really. I mean, that's how much he smoked.
Yeah. I remember maybe it was a decade ago, 12 years ago, we would occasionally have people from Normal on our show talking about making it legal and recognizing it. Essentially, for the most part, those guys have won. I mean, I really find it to be fairly it's not really an issue anymore. If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to. If you do, you have options to do so in most states. And I like that. To me, it's one of those things where, like, it was being done so much anyway. If you want to smoke legally now, most of the places you can. Even Utah, for crying out loud, there are legal shops.
Do you know what's happening now, though? And I just read an article out of California where the image of I'm a local grower and I'm doing my own. those businesses are getting swallowed up by corporate.
Sure.
Yeah, the same thing's happening with that industry as well.
It's funny though. I mean, because I don't want to be like super prudy and stuff like that, but I do feel like there's a time and place, and like I don't feel like I should be walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking into the fashion district of Philadelphia, or walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking down the boardwalk in Wildwood, and it happens. But at the same time, the pot in New Jersey is just as legal as people drinking their White Claws on the beach, and I have no problems with that. But I think the difference is like I'm not smelling your
not wafting over.
You don't get a contact buzz from somebody drinking a beer.
Yeah.
And you may not necessarily from smoking weed, but if you're someone who's in recovery and you go by and you smell that, you have inhaled a little bit. You know what I mean? And I can see that be concerning, especially for people who've gone through.
What about
recovery.
cigarettes, though, man? You've defended people smoking cigarettes out in front of a building in the past.
Yeah, I know, but I love the smell of cigarettes. No.
Everyone picks their poison.
No, in fact, I haven't. Not out in front of the building. Like I think like here at this building, or like at a mall or something like that. You need to give them cover, right? Like when it's raining out, it's not like, oh, tough crap, you stinky, filthy smokers. Like, go smoke in the rain.
Stinky people.
Yeah.
But, so you're talking about make some sort of area where they can congregate.
But not for the pot smokers?
Right outside the entrance?
Well, but you're the one that said it, not me.
Yeah, I'm right out. Okay, first of all, it's not legal in Pennsylvania recreationally, right? Like
in Philadelphia, it is.
Yeah. Recreationally?
Smoking legally is recreational in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania is odd because it's by municipality in most areas. Smoking weed, as far as I understand it, is allowed in Philadelphia in public.
I don't know.
Let's check that.
It's the public thing that I'm curious about, Nick. I think that you can have small amounts and it's okay, but consumption, there are regulations on when and where you can do that.
Can you be the mayor giving a speech smoking a blunt?
You're the mayor, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
So let me see here. Whether people buy marijuana legally in New Jersey or illegally in the underground market, it's a crime for them to possess, consume, grow, or sell marijuana in Pennsylvania.
Except in certain instances.
Okay. All right. Well, we can.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's odd. And that's part of the reason why it's still so strange is that there are, it varies from state to state. And not only does it vary from state to state in Pennsylvania, it varies from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh.
And federally, you can still get in trouble for it, even though it's legal.
Yeah. Oh, they got to shake all this stuff out. What kills me, Preston, is about this, the creation of 420 as a thing. There's a good organization attached to a commercial that we run on air that mentions DBH. Do bong hits is what I hear.
Of course.
And that this thing would take off and become the thing from a school playground with DBH was your school thing.
Yep, that was our thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And our
DBH,
thing,
we had it written all over our notebooks and stuff,
Our thing in college was, Hendrix, right? So we would be at a party or whatever, like, okay, we're going to be at Hendrix at like midnight. All right, meet me at Hendrix. But Hendrix was a gravestone. It was somebody's name. And there was a graveyard next to our fraternity house, and all the way back in the far back of the cemetery.
That's where you guys would congregate?
Right next to this big tree. It was the biggest, and the last name on the headstone was Hendrix. And it was, so when you're talking about DBH and 420, like
these things become lore.
They're these cool little ritualistic things that and it's code, right? Like not everybody knew what Hendrix was, and you could say that, and people knew what you were talking about.
Right.
I think line one might be able to help us.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I have Mike on the phone, who is a police officer in Philadelphia. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Well, we're a little confused, Mike. That's clear.
But that's par for the course.
Maybe you can help us out here. What's the story with marijuana, smoking it, possessing it in Philadelphia?
So it is recreational use. You can walk down the street and smoke it. It is basically when I'm working in the city and we're driving by and you smell it, it's like, oh, well, that's just the new smell of Philly. So instead of, you get down to the subway when we're working down there and you're like, oh, that's the smell of Philly. But up on the street, it's just the smell of weed everywhere.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that you could smoke it outside. And that is Nick correct in that it's only.
Here's the thing. I'm partially correct. And maybe, Mike, you can expand a little bit upon this. It's decriminalized. However, it's not legal. But I don't know what the difference between decriminalization and legality is.
I mean, realistically, there is no. I'm sure there is a nuance, and if you're caught with it with like a certain amount and it's all baggied up, then yeah, it could be that it's criminalized. However, it's gotten to the point now where it's so prevalent out there that there's no point in doing anything about it because of how willing people are to just say, oh, okay, yeah, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's so low level that it's hardly worth the waste of time.
Exactly. Somebody. So the biggest things you get is still federally, it's not, and I'm a federal law enforcement. So even for us though, we're not touching it because there's no, nobody's going to touch for a couple joints or a couple, whatever. Yeah. Nobody's going to even mess with it. But if you're flying out of the airport and you have it in your bag, like your carry-on bag, and they do the search, yeah, it's getting confiscated. You're not going to go through it because at that point, once you go through, it's a federal building.
That's why you got to pick up the ass buddy for transporting your pots.
Right. I mean,
so they're going to confiscate, but they're not going to arrest you?
Correct. It depends on the amount, though. I mean, you might get like a citation and like almost like an ROR where they're going to give you a citation for it, depending. But most of the time, they're just going to take it and let you travel on, especially if you have a medical marijuana card.
Yeah. But they could,
and
right?
There are some nuances. There are some nuances with that where, and I'm not. I'll be honest. I'm not 100% privy on it because that's more local level.
Right.
And I know for us, we're not dealing with it unless we're actually finding it by the tonnage or the big pounds. And then it's like, oh, all right, that's for us.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a different question? Because I've heard about from people who said they don't want to get a medical marijuana card because then they wouldn't be able to purchase a firearm. It's like you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Is that
is false.
Okay.
False. Okay.
That is false. So I have friends of mine that have the medical marijuana card and also have a Pennsylvania state carry permit. So it is false. It's there's obviously if you get caught carrying and you were smoking and you're high, yeah, there's some implications, right? It's just like drinking. Like even for me as a Fed, I can basically carry anywhere. However, where I can't carry is anytime if I decide to have a drink, right? I'm not supposed to have it on me, and if I do, that's it. It doesn't matter who I am and what I am. It's an automatic, okay, yep, you're done.
Okay.
Right?
So
because that's the implications.
let me ask you, Mike. So I do a lot of human trafficking, but I want to get a Class C license.
Yeah.
Is that going to be an issue?
I mean, it won't be, but what's your address again?
All right, Mike. We appreciate the info. Take care, bud.
No problem. Thanks for talking.
All right, see you later.
Hi, Mike.
All right, we actually have a police sergeant.
There you go.
Who wants to correct a couple of things that Mike may have missed out on. So, and he's in Philly as well. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, it's just that you look so nice.
That's a great callback.
All right, Joe. We're good, man. So, what's the what can you clear up about this conversation?
Yes, I need to retrain Mike. Mike's pretty close on a couple things. It is not legal. It is decriminalized.
Okay.
Meaning anything less than 30 grams possession, it will be confiscated and you get issued a ticket for $25.
Okay.
If you're smoking
his yellow drum kit that he played with Nevermind, he bought because he saw Dave Uosikkinen with that drum kit, with that yellow Tama drum kit in one of their videos, and he's like, I need to get that yellow. It looks so cool. And so he shouted him out on stage and did this really cool rock and roll moment.
Even posited the notion that Nevermind might have sucked without that drum kit.
Yep. So it was a really special moment. And obviously the Hooters are going to be playing the MM barbecue, so we're excited about that. And that is this weekend. That is Saturday.
Looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a great day.
You haven't gotten your tickets? Get them now and get ready to join us for the whole thing. All right, lesson question time. We have a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Adam Ray, November 4th at the Fillmore. And the question we're going to go with is from right at about 7 o'clock this morning. Steve is making his own GLP-1 drug out of radiator fluid and what? All right, Steve is making his own GLP-1 out of radiator fluid and what? So you had to have been listening around 6:55 this morning. And if you remember what the ingredients were for that GLP-1 are, call right now, 610-660-9333. And while we wait for your call, we'll go in and get the trash. Here we go.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Preston, Nick Cannon revealing he's fine with his 15-year-old son Moroccan dating, but he will not allow his twin sister Monroe to do the same. Cannon says he's just old-fashioned in his beliefs, and the 6 women he's had 12 children with can attest to that.
Oh, my God.
Post Malone canceling the first few weeks of his upcoming tour with Jelly Roll so he can finish new music. Malone says it's taking a lot longer in the studio than it used to when he was a pre-Malone.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Clavicular. I know he's your favorite president. Yeah. Seen out and about in Miami after a scary overdose situation that left him urinating blood. Clavicular says he was given the all clear by his urologist, testicular. Oh, my God.
All right, let's see. Let's see if somebody knows the answer to this. Steve's making his own GLP-1 out of radiator fluid and what? 610-660-9333. And we will go to Jane to see if we can get that answer. Hi, Jane. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jane. It's a tasty little brew of radiator fluid and what?
Nutella.
Yeah! You got it, Jane. Hold on. We are going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Adam Ray, November 4th at the Fillmore. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. All right, let's get to the music now.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Hellsberg Diamonds. Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th. Hellsberg has you covered with classic gifts from that mom will love, up to 50% off. Shop in store or online at hellsberg.com. We'll begin with this story. Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band's Land of Hope and Dreams tour will come to the city of brotherly love a little bit later this month. The Boss and the band were scheduled to perform at Xfinity Mobile Arena Friday, May 8th. But due to the NBA and NHL playoff schedule, the concert has been rescheduled for May 30th.
You can't stop the force.
So the Flyers have some home games against Carolina Hurricanes May 7th and 9th, and the Sixers have home games against the Knicks on May 8th and May 10th. I mean, that's a whole block right there that's tied up. So they got to move it. What a complication that must be.
I mean, you're talking about a shell game on a massive order.
Yeah. Officials said tickets for the previous date will remain valid for the new date. For more information about the tour and tickets and more, you can visit brucespringsteen.net. But what sucks is that there will be some people who have some kind of commitment. They're not going to be able to go.
It. Yeah.
It really blows. But unfortunately, that's the way it is. Hey, this story also sucks, too. I was really bummed out this morning. Singer Alex Ligertwood, best known for providing lead vocals for Santana over several decades, has died. He was 79 years old.
I know this guy.
I loved that guy's voice.
Tremendous.
I'll play a couple of songs here for you a second. Ligertwood's cause of death was not revealed. This is according to his wife, Sean Brogan. She announced in a Saturday evening Facebook post that the vocalist died at his Santa Monica home. She said his favorite thing in life was to make music, sing, and to share his gift with us. He performed his last show just 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
I'm grateful for that. He did it his way, on his terms, till the end. The singer had 5 separate stints as Santana's lead vocalist between 1979 and 1994. Here's a couple of songs for you.
I was on the ground when I
Love this song.
then it couldn't be found. I was so far down that I couldn't get up, and one day I was one of life's losers, eating my friend, my accusers, and in my head, I lost before I began.
This is Z-Bop. What a great record.
Z-Bop is one of my absolute favorites.
Just love this song. And another huge hit they had, Casey, was that he sang vocals on was Hold On, this song. Beautiful song. He had a very powerful voice. Fortunately, I saw him in concert twice, sing with Santana, and was just blown away by him. Aside from his contributions to Santana, Ligertwood played alongside guitar legend Jeff Beck as part of the Jeff Beck Group in the early 70s. He also played in jazz rock keyboardist Brian Auger's band, Oblivion Express. He appeared on records with the French jazz group Troc in the 1970s and American rock band The Dregs in the 1980s, and a Grateful Dead spin-off project called Go Ahead in the late 1980s. He was born in Glasgow, Scotland in 1946. So
great voice.
Bummed out to see that, but yeah, it's such a powerful and beautiful voice. So sad news, but left us with some phenomenal music. Record Store Day was April 18th and saw over 350 exclusive releases sold through indie stores. Luminate tallied up the sales and figured out who were the top sellers across albums and singles. So Pink Floyd's Live from Los Angeles Sports Arena, April 26, 1975, topped the album sales.
Wow.
Taylor Swift scored the top-selling single with Elizabeth Taylor on a collectible glitter vinyl. And K-pop Demon Hunters ended up getting both third spot and the sixth spot on the albums chart, featuring a Hunter X edition of Saja Boys edition, respectively. So I'll give you the top 10 here for the top selling. Of course, Pink Floyd was number one. Number two is Bruno Mars collaborations on vinyl. Of course, these are all on vinyl. K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack was third. Then you have Jeff Buckley live at L'Olympia, double vinyl. Lofi, A Matter of Time, live at Madison Square Garden was fifth. Soundtrack for K-pop Demon Hunters, that special Saja Boys edition, was sixth. Then you had Fall Out Boy, So Much for Tour, Dust, live from Madison Square Garden. Eighth was Hillary Duff.
What?
Mine, a silver-colored vinyl.
She's back out on tour.
Ninth was Paramore, All We Know Is Falling, double vinyl. And then number 10 was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live at Paradise Rock Club 1978. And that was the actual disc was pink and green translucent splatter-colored vinyl, which is pretty cool.
That has a lot to do with the collectability.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. Former Turnstile guitarist Brady Ebert is now facing a potential life sentence after a Montgomery County, Maryland grand jury upgraded his charges to attempted first-degree murder.
Oh.
Yeah, the 33-year-old Ebert was already facing second-degree attempted murder for allegedly driving his car into 79-year-old William Yates, father of Turnstile vocalist Brendan Yates, in Silver Springs on March 29th. The older late suffered a broken leg requiring surgery and a bone that pierced through the skin. The upgraded charge, which carries a maximum penalty of life in prison, indicates prosecutors believe they have evidence of premeditation, but Ebert has maintained that it was self-defense.
Wow, man, that's a crazy story.
Yeah. He remains held without bond and is due in court on Friday. William Yates has since been discharged from the hospital.
Has there ever been a story in rock history in which a band member tried to kill another band member's father by driving over them and stayed in the band?
I don't even have time to go through them all right now. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, latest one, I was thinking of like Wilson Phillips. Remember that one?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was
Wilson.
rough. Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have. In music news, let's take a break. When we get back, we'll get the letter of the day, word of the week prize. We'll get the letter from Ryan Shuttleworth. Filling in for Matt Cord today, doing triple duty. He's also got a ticket raid today, and that is going to be at the Dunkin' in Southampton today on 2nd Street Pike. So he'll be there from 4 to 6. We'll take a break and be right back. Stay with us.
Actually $100. But a code violation notice is the same thing we issue for a house with high grass, or if you're like smoking in the entrance of a business because businesses don't allow smoking. It's a ticket.
Okay.
So it's not that big a deal. As long as you pay it, there's no criminal offense. You don't have to disclose anything on a job application.
Okay. That's what I thought. I thought that there was that you can't be just standing out on a sidewalk, on a public sidewalk, just huffing away. I thought that was, if not illegal, some type of a violation.
Yeah, but it's become so prevalent. It's almost become that drinking a beer in a brown paper bag.
Right.
Cops aren't going to chase everybody through the park.
Yeah,
As long as you're on your
it's
porch, or your
situational.
house, or in your car, we're not going to make an issue about it.
Joe, you'd gum up. I mean, if you were to go after everybody, you'd be gumming up. The paperwork alone would be insane going through all that stuff, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd make it 2 blocks from headquarters before I
Yeah.
So,
All right, say, Sergeant, real quick, because I just got another text from my friend who is a state trooper here in Pennsylvania, and he says that guy is absolutely wrong about the medical marijuana card and firearms. He says you absolutely cannot have a medical marijuana card and purchase a firearm in Pennsylvania. He
Is
said
it
that
purchase
is
a firearm or
purchase
concealed permit?
purchase a firearm.
Your state trooper friend is exactly right. If
Okay.
you have a medical marijuana card in Pennsylvania, it automatically prevents you from being able to apply for and purchase a firearm.
But if you had a firearm first, what if you? I'm sorry. What if you had a firearm first?
In theory, you're supposed to turn it into the state if you get caught. Now, I imagine nobody's kicking down your door to take your legally purchased firearm because you got a card. But it's probably in your best interest to maybe not disclose.
Wow.
Why is that, though?
Just go visit Jersey more often.
Why is that? What is the reasoning behind that?
Because it's federal. So the state, which is
got it.
when you purchase a firearm, you have to register it with the state.
Right.
When you purchase that firearm, because it's state, it's all submitted to the federal government.
All right.
Where
Got
the
it.
federal government, all marijuana is still illegal.
All right, Joe, let me throw this scenario out to you. Let's say I have a medical marijuana card. I am defending my home. Someone breaks into my house. I have a firearm. I use it. Does that complicate things?
It can and it can't. What you're looking at, I mean, is you can justify the use of deadly force. In theory, I can take my firearm and leave it at my father's house. And if my father used that firearm to defend his property, he violated no law. He was not in possession of that firearm outside the house.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, what about driving under the influence of marijuana? And does that vary from state to state?
It does. And one of the issues in Pennsylvania they've talked about is because we're kind of decriminalizing and there's the medical, when you get pulled over for DUI for alcohol, there's a limit you have to reach. It's 0.08 is the limit of alcohol. If you're below 0.08, you don't get charged with an offense.
Right.
If you have any marijuana in your system, and I believe it can last anywhere from 3 to 7 days, depending on the level. If you have any marijuana in your system, you're automatically charged.
DUI.
Even if it's you smoked weed 2 days ago and you have trace amounts, because that they test for, I think this. There's a doctor in court who does this part, but I always look at his sheets. They test for THC, and I think it's delta hydrocannabinoid 9 or something. And when they test for all of that, as long as it shows up in the system, you're charged with 3802D, which is the drug offense.
So you're just like a bad driver on a certain day, and you just do a dick move as you're driving. But if they test for it, and it could be a couple of days old, they'll charge you with that under the influence.
Yeah, it's one of the things that they've been talking about addressing because you can leave the bar and you're at 0.06, you're free to go home, but you have that little bit of marijuana and we smell. Up on the drug test.
So and it's the weird thing, Joe, and we talk about this because there's so many from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from state to state. There's the lack of parity, and again, I was reading an article in the paper about how it's hard to really, at the time of arrest, determine how far along someone is if they've smoked a lot of pot.
Yeah, they need to refine the testing process, but you would think that would have been done by now. Because it's been around for a long time.
One of those things that decriminalization happened so fast, and it was essentially, look, we're just going to, because it was a Philly thing. It was, we're no longer going to arrest for it. We're just going to issue tickets.
Right.
But the state is the one that makes the determination on criminal and motor vehicle code violations, and they have not caught up.
Okay.
So, all right. Can you have a medical marijuana card and a fishing license?
I think
They're still working on that.
Hey, the firearms thing, is that nationally or is that just in the state?
He was saying it was federal.
But
so firearms, it's all submitted federal, so they still fall under federal guidelines. Not every state has a medical marijuana program.
Okay, got it.
That's still local.
Okay.
They're still state by state.
All right, Sarge, thanks for the info, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
All right, you too.
I'd be the worst. But my brothers are all both law enforcement. I'd be the worst at it. What code is this again?
Yeah.
I forget the Miranda rights, all that stuff. I'd be the worst.
Wow.
I mean, I couldn't even umpire his softball game.
Could you imagine going into a drug bust? I thought you said go into the back.
Is this infield fly rule?
Thank you for saying that because the umpire yesterday missed 2 infield fly rules, and we were losing by like 1,000 runs. I'm like, please just give us these outs.
Real quick, one of the funniest moments of my life was watching my father try to explain to my mother the infield fly rule. And it took about an hour and a half, and she still doesn't understand it. But boy, did my brothers enjoy the process.
Well, it seems like all this has a multitude of infield fly rules. People trying to hash out, Nick.
It's confusing. Yeah. It is. But, I mean, things have lightened up so much. If you look back, 25 years ago as opposed to now and where things are. I mean, me as a user, I love it. I think it's great.
You're so right, though, Press, because years ago, I remember he smokes pot.
I know. Or if I were to mention it on the air, would have been, even just a couple of years ago, would have been really taboo.
And now we have advertisers.
Yeah.
Bill walks around toking all day.
I still think of it that way, though, a little bit. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's a pot smoker.
My romance with weed is, I can remember back to my teenage years, like really good bags specifically of pot that
Play
I
some
would
Journey
get.
faithfully.
And just I hold these great little memories. Now, I also did some really stupid stuff while being high throughout the years, especially in those earlier days, because when you first start trying it, it's augmented in its effect. I mean, and of course they have strains now that'll still get me baked out of my mouth. One of the highest I've ever been. And I'm not going to retell the story here because I've told it 1,000 times. Was when we went to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
And went to this couple's house, and I smoked some local stuff. And I'm like, I am so high. I couldn't believe it.
Pierre's mentioned that over the years about how now they can be more specific and the strains are more powerful. And,
oh, my God.
And our good friend of ours, Steve McLean, I guess he took a gummy or something at a wedding.
Yeah, it was a gummy. It was an edible, and he had a reaction.
And just said, let's try
had
this.
to go to the hospital.
Well, had to be brought out on a gurney.
When I went to my very first meeting as soon as I got my medical card and went to a dispensary, and I met with the pharmacist who sat me down to walk me through the process. It's funny because he goes, all right, so, just to find out what your tolerance level is, he goes, what you do is you take a hit of this, and he goes, and you wait 15 minutes and see how you feel. And he turns to me and he goes, and really wait 15 minutes. Like a real 15 minutes. Because the mistake everybody makes, especially with edibles, is they take this half hour, 45 minutes later, they're like, I'm not feeling anything. Let me take another one. And then
they're gone.
They didn't realize that it takes an hour and 15 minutes for it to kick in. You've got to wait.
Yeah,
you have to wait.
End up curled up.
So you find out what your level is.
In the fetal position. I am pro weed. I do think that when it comes to teenagers, you really have to be cautious.
Yes.
It affects teenage brains differently than it affects adult
absolutely
brains.
does, yeah.
And so I think that needs to be, you have to be really, really cautious if you're younger than 18. Preston, have you ever been to Amsterdam?
I have not.
I have. And it's beautiful. And when I went there, it was like 96 or 97. The fact that weed culture was legal there really changed my perspective on a lot of things. And I think you would enjoy it.
Okay.
It's fun to get high and go to art museums.
Steve, I just out of nowhere just started getting like really paranoid on it. And so like
that's a common side effect, is it not?
Well, it can be. And so, but and I had a friend who stopped because she was getting paranoid on it, and I didn't get that. It didn't register with me until it started happening to me in Preston. One time we partook, and then we were at a bar, and it was on the same day as the Kentucky Derby. Okay. And there was a guy at the bar who was just taking bets for the Kentucky Derby. So, no harm, no foul.
Right.
It's not some big gambling ring or anything like that. So I placed a bet for a trifecta and then I sit down and I see these guys sitting at a table, and I was convinced that they were
my hero. Song about Dave Uosikkinen of the Hooters.
Yeah.
We had on earlier. But definitely Dave Grohl is a big fan of David Uosikkinen. We had him on just a little while ago, but I'll include him in part of my thank yous, which we will do here. So thank you to David Uosikkinen for being on the show. Very cool moment with the Foo Fighters and Dave Grohl, an acknowledgement of our buddy. And we're excited the Hooters are playing the MMRBQ. It's going to be so much fun. Saturday, tickets on sale. If you haven't gotten them yet, last minute, grab them. Be there.
Yeah, I'd love to see you there.
Even if you just show up that day and come on in.
Impulse.
Love to have you there. Thank you also to Eve Plumb.
Yeah.
Jan Brady. And she has a book called Happiness Included, Jan Brady and Beyond. And she has actually a book signing. She's going to be in Rehoboth Beach at Browse About Books. And that's not till June 7th, but you can stop by and see her if you've always wanted to meet her. And thank you to Nick Greenawalt and his wife Carolyn who came by. Nick is making a killing by putting advertisements on his toilet on social media.
He's using technology to project imagery onto his actual home toilet. In fact, he said the equipment's perpetually set up because you have to get it just right. So if you go to his house, you have to step over lights and all that stuff to use the bathroom.
Yeah, it's really cool looking, believe it or not.
Cool, yeah.
It's beyond what I thought it was going to be. And before we do the letter of the day and all that stuff, Casey, you wanted to mention what you're doing today.
Yeah. You know what? I do this every year. There was only one year I was not able to do it, but I'm participating in the Drive for Autism. And it is a golf event that I've been doing since 1998, 99, somewhere in that neighborhood. So I want to give a shout out to my friends over there at Autism Delaware. So in particular, Artie Kempner, the guy is the best.
Great guy.
Yeah, he's spearheaded this whole thing. He is a producer for Fox Sports, and he does a whole bunch of stuff with NFL football, NFL on Fox, as well as NASCAR. And so Artie has invited us out there year after year, and every year I am happy to do that. So shout out to Artie and to Chris. And even though Deanna's not with Autism Delaware anymore, I cannot forget about Deanna Principe. Thank you guys so much for having me out every year.
And what a day to get out and play golf. This is gorgeous. You guys are going to have a good time.
And I also, listen, we never have, no, actually we did win one year. We won.
Did you?
Yeah, only because we were crushing it and then lightning came. And so they had to cut everything short. So, but every year for the last 3 or 4 years, I've won best dressed. I'm not going to win this year.
Okay.
I mean, I have a loud shirt on, but that's kind of all I have. But, you got to pass the torch on to somebody else.
Man.
This year you win the tournament.
Yeah. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, don't steal everyone's thunder.
I can't do it.
Year,
Can't do it, but yep.
All right, so as I said, hardest working man in show business is up next, Ryan Shuttleworth.
Resmo, it's been so long since I've seen you.
I know. Pulling a triple today.
Yeah, man.
Wow. So you're on with our show this morning, which means you got here what time?
5-ish, something around there.
And then you're going to fill in for Matt today because Matt's staying up in New York because of the Sixers. And then afterwards, you have an MMRBQ ticket raid today.
Yep, I'll be at the Dunkin' at 436 2nd Street Pike in Southampton, PA. So
that's 13 hours of work today for Mr. Shuttleworth.
You know what? I love what I do.
I know
and,
you do.
And as long as the check clears, everything will be great. So.
And I know the restaurant is closed tonight, right?
Yep, closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, so I'm allowed to go be an adult here, so that's great.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect, man. All right, so you have to help us with the letter of the day.
I can do it.
So let me fire this thing up. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in sustenance.
All right, and we are going to give away a pair of tickets to the Party Plaza with lower bucket seats to the Great American Getaway 400 NASCAR Cup Series. It's going to be Sunday, June 14th, Pocono Raceway. It includes access to a shaded pavilion, food and beverage, plus a paddock pass as well.
Paddock pass!
NASCAR roars back to the Pocono Raceway, June 12th to the 14th. You can get tickets now at PoconoRaceway.com. So we will give that away on Friday. All right, with the full shift ahead of you, what you got planned today?
All right, so no sad dough, another keyword at noon for your chance at $1,000. Pierre's vinyl cut, I was inspired by the David Uosikkinen chat, so I need to make sure that this is correct. I believe that the video Dave Grohl is talking about that he saw with the yellow drum kit is from And We Danced, which features our very own Pierre Robert in it.
Yes.
So I figured that would be good for a vinyl cut.
Excellent.
And then for the workforce blocks today, Mick Mars of Motley Crue has a birthday, so we'll get a block of the Crew. Mike Dirnt of Green Day has a birthday, so we'll give you some Green Day. And, of course, given today's holiday, we are going to do a very special Star Wars-themed workforce block.
Ooh.
So, some space songs, some Star Wars-themed things. I actually found an interview with Pierre and James Earl Jones discussing him voicing Darth Vader. And most importantly, Your fashion choices will always be a part of this. I brought my finest Boba Fett slippers in. And for those of you thinking you're going to get free feet pic on the YouTube feed, well, I got my Boba Fett socks on too. No dough, no show.
Oh my God, I didn't know that those were slippers. That's crazy.
They're my house shoes. I was like, I'll be comfortable in the studio.
I love it. I love that. All right, Ryan is going to take very good care of you today, my friend. Make sure you stay with him. I'm going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by the Foundation for Delaware County. Delco Gives is back. Yeah. That's what it means. Donate to local nonprofits May 6th and 7th. And also, tomorrow on the program, we're going to find out who our coolest teacher of the year is.
Yes.
For Ruston High School in Westchester. So vote until tomorrow morning. And then we'll choose another school. Tomorrow on our program, we have comedian Brent Lowry in the studio. And from Fox 29, Jason Martinez is going to be in the studio, too. So we have a few things taking place tomorrow for you. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day in the morning. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.